Now, can I continue?
Yes, please. We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members of the Commission. All protocols observed. Plan International would like to congratulate the Commission on its 67th virtual session. We recognize and appreciate the opportunity this forum provides for our organization to share progress made towards the realization of improved standard of living for children, particularly girls, and also highlight areas that require the Commission's attention. We are experiencing an unprecedented moment in the history of our development as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. We'd like to take this opportunity to appreciate the Commission's response to the pandemic, urging a shift in focus to tackle the massive underlying structural inequalities starkly exposed by the pandemic. I quote the report by the Commission on that. Similarly, we would like to draw the Commission's attention to the impact of COVID-19 on girls and their lived realities across Africa. Plan stands in solidarity with all families who have been affected and impacted by COVID-19. We would like to draw the Commission's attention to the following, which mostly are in line with the recommendations of the Commission. COVID-19 has uncovered and exacerbated hidden and existing multidimensional vulnerabilities, thereby increasing risks and abuse and violation. As a result, girls have become victims of a triad of vulnerabilities due to breakdown in protection systems. The pandemic poses a serious risk of potential reversal of the limited strides achieved over the past decades towards gender equality in Africa, as the pandemic exacerbates existing inequalities. As stated by Your Honor, the chairperson of the Commission during the 35th committee session opening, in a time of crisis, I quote you, in a time of crisis, patriarchal gender roles lead to more serious challenges and human rights issues to young girls' rights, pointing back and index increase in household responsibilities, exposure to harmful cultural practices, including FGM, early marriage, lack of access to sexual products, health care services, close. Also, measures put in place by government to contain the spread of COVID-19 have resulted in the curtailment of girls' rights to education, health, protection, and livelihoods. Among others, incidents of GBV, child marriage, and FGM have been on the rise. About 120 million girls are currently out of school as a result of COVID-19, and there is a fear that a significant number will not be able to go back to school when schools reopen. COVID-19 also has shaped and changed the normality of protecting the rights of girls and the provision of services, including access to health services and information on ACHPR, and will require a concrete, deliberate and innovative ways of guaranteeing the rights of children and particularly girls. As an organization, as planned, we are also concerned about the deteriorating situation in South Sudan, which has resulted in human rights abuses in Jonglei state, shooting of school children in Cameroon, the promulgation of law on sexual violence in Somalia, and the recent massacre that killed dozens of mostly children and women at a school in Oromia, Ethiopia. It would interest the Commission to know that plan in collaboration with the African Leadership Forum and the EU Gender Directorate has developed a draft Maputo Protocol Scorecard Index, which we believe when adopted will enable the Commission to track the implementation of the Maputo Protocol by member states. Plan remains committed to collaborate with the Commission to make children's rights and equality for girls in reality in Africa, especially as we try to navigate effective COVID-19 responses to address the change facing girls. We also like to call on, lastly, the Commission to encourage member states recognize and address girls and young women, differentiated impact of the pandemic during their response and recovery planning and financing, and that the Commission takes steps to persuade the Parliament of Somalia not to pass the sexual intercourse-related crimes bill. We wish you fruitful deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Plan International, for that statement, which focuses on the impact of COVID-19 and other situations that affect the rights of women and girls in particular. Thank you for your statement. May I request and ask if we have Article 19? Article 19, Kenya. Article 19, Kenya. Yeah, okay, we have. Sorry, before that, do we have the representative of Malawi? Okay, let's proceed with the representative of Malawi, please. Good to see you once again, Mr. Kaira.
Thank you, sir.
Very warm welcome. You have 7 minutes, please.
Thank you. You can hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, Commissioners, State Delegates, and colleagues. Once again, on behalf of the Republic of Malawi, we are very honored to address this 67th session of the African Commission. And as the Commission is aware, Malawi underwent a peaceful political transition this year, which presents us with an immense opportunity in the promotion and protection of human rights. We feel like we're on a mountaintop, and behind us, we see a valley of missed opportunities, and ahead of us, we see a green valley of unlimited opportunities. As a country, we not only want to thrive, but we desire to thrive as a responsible and rising member of the African and international communities. Would like to share a few highlights on the progress that we have made since we last made a statement to the Commission during the 66th session of the Commission. One of the pillars of the new administration is the rule of law. And this fits very well into our constitutional agenda, as well as aspiration number 3 of Agenda 2063. The new government, therefore, is fully committed to the human rights cause, both here at home and abroad. Mr. Chairperson, Commissioners, Malawi has just been elected to the Human Rights Council for the year 2021 to 2023. We would like to appreciate the support which we received from the African Union, and we pledge that we are going to wave the African flag high during our term. In terms of attacks on persons with albinism, sadly, this challenge remains. And as a country, we are determined to deal with it. The President recently appointed a special advisor on persons with albinism. This is a sign of commitment at the highest level to deal with this issue. On gender equality, the President recently appointed 12 High Court judges, out of which 6 are women, and this represents a 50-50 gender ratio. On access to information, the Access to Information Act was designated for implementation on 30th September 2020, finally. And right now, the Ministry of Information and the Malawi Human Rights Commission are finalizing guidelines to ensure that the Act is fully operational. The Police Independent Complaints Commission is also up and running, finally again. And the commissioner who is going to head this Independent Complaints Commission has been appointed, and everything is being set up to make sure that it runs properly. In terms of sexual and gender-based violence, we have sadly seen a high rise in the number of cases recently. And in response to this challenge, a committee chaired by the Ministries of Gender and Homeland Security has been established to lead government efforts to decisively deal with this matter. The impact of COVID-19 has not spared Malawi, especially women and girls. And the government is taking all efforts to mitigate the impact. And as government, we have taken note of the many pronouncements of this commission to guide us on how we can handle the scourge while at the same time ensuring that our human rights commitments are met. In terms of state party reporting, we are looking forward to the review of our report at the 68th session. We have also started the process of ratifying both protocols, that is on older persons as well as on persons with disability. We hope that the process will be complete by the time we meet for the 68th session. In the year when we had hoped for the guns to fall silent on this beloved continent, we join others in our concerns regarding the situation in Ethiopia, and we are really praying and hoping for a very speedy and peaceful end to this conflict. Our forefathers had a vision of not only a politically free Africa, but also an economically independent and vibrant Africa. This vision is well articulated in Agenda 2063, and it is our firm view that human rights without tangible socio-economic development is meaningless. And as Malawi, we are fully committed to join hands with our peers on this continent and beyond to ensure that the Africa we have always wanted comes to manifest in our lifetime. Chairperson, commissioners, delegates, and colleagues, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your statement. The Commission always appreciates the participation of Malawi in its ordinary sessions and also its active participation. We also welcome indeed the example that Malawi has set in terms of the possibility for a peaceful transfer of power despite contestations and the positive developments that have emerged, including the election of 6 out of 12 women into the High Court, the appointment of an advisor on persons with albinism in the light of the level of violence facing persons with albinism, and indeed the establishment of an independent complaint commission relating to the work of police, as well as, I think, the important point that you highlighted, acknowledging that Malawi had experienced high spike in the number of gender-based violence. I wish to remind us all that today is the first day of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. As your statement clearly highlights, gender-based violence has increased phenomenally during the course of this crisis, leading to the emergence of what I call SGBV demic. It has acquired an epidemic proportion. And indeed, the recognition on the part of states that it is a very serious emergency situation that requires a very firm response by mobilizing all sectors of society is a very important initiative. And that is also what's expected under the Maputo Protocol on the rights of women. We also welcome and look forward to the presentation of the activity reports of Malawi during the next session. And indeed, in the light of the panel discussion that we held yesterday regarding older persons and persons with disabilities, we receive with appreciation the information you shared with us on the commencement of a process for the ratification of the 2 instruments on older persons and persons with disabilities. And indeed, we receive the finalization, we look forward to receive the finalization of this process by the time of the next session. And we also welcome your recognition of the various guidelines provided by the Commission for states to comply with human rights in the context of the pandemic, most notably Resolution 449. We thank you once again for your statement. May I go back to Article 19 now? Okay, we have Article 19 with us as well.
Article 19 welcomes this opportunity to address the Commission on the situation of freedom of expression in Eastern Africa.
Thank you. Can you put on your video, please? Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Sorry. Yeah. Article 19, Eastern Africa welcomes this opportunity to address the Commission on the situation of freedom of expression and access to information in Eastern Africa. We welcome the timely publication of the Declaration of Principles of Freedom on Freedom of Expression in Africa in April. The declaration affirms the right to freedom of expression and access to information on the internet under Part 4. We note that the global coronavirus pandemic continues to have drastic impact on people's lives in the continent, and that member states have taken public health and other measures towards managing the pandemic. We are, however, concerned that the measures taken in response to the COVID-19 pandemic have consequent limitations to people's freedom of expression and access to information, especially at a period when there is increased demand by the respective populations to access information, especially through the internet. The general public have relatively limited access to information held by public bodies relating to the pandemic and other crucial areas of public interest, thereby limiting efforts in combating the COVID-19 pandemic. While the COVID-19 pandemic has not suspended the exercise of the right to freedom of assembly, there continues to be a crackdown on protest in the region. In Kenya and Ethiopia, we have witnessed use of excessive force on protesters. In June 2020, at least 156 protesters were killed by security operatives in Ethiopia. State parties are therefore not demonstrably putting into practice guidelines contained in both the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression in Africa and the Guidelines on Freedom of Association and Assembly in Africa. The Ethiopian government, for example, has since June 2020 continued to impose a blanket internet shutdown in the country, thereby limiting people's right to access to information at a time when citizens' right to access COVID-19 information has a direct bearing to their health situation. Ethiopia has continued to transgress on the right to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly during this period. In Tanzania, despite the huge role played by access to information before, during, and after elections, the government blocked social media on 27th October ahead of the 28th October elections. During the election day, there was a complete internet connectivity outage. The internet interruption has led to information gaps during the election period, affected timely flow of internal and external information on the elections and planned protests, and has severely limited the work of the media, who play an important role during the electioneering period. In the period which access to information by the people is vital, journalist work has faced many challenges. Between March and August 2020, Article 19 Eastern Africa has documented at least 48 incidents in Kenya where journalists and media workers faced various forms of violations, including physical assault, arrests, telephone and verbal threats, online harassment and lack of access to public information, officials and buildings. In Kenya, state security agents have also on several occasions continued to use force and arbitrary arrest on peaceful protesters. In July and August 2020, for example, police used force and arbitrary arrest on activists protesting over lack of accountability for public funds used in the management of the COVID-19 pandemic. States have also applied misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech laws to limit media. In Kenya, during the COVID-19 pandemic period, a number of media practitioners have been arbitrarily arrested posting content that is critical of the leaders, government, or exposing corruption. They are usually detained beyond the legal requirement of 24 hours within which they ought to have been arraigned in court. Usually, because of their arrests are politically motivated, they are not charged formally, and when there's an attempt to, the Directorate of Public Prosecutions rejects the charges.
Your time is up. Please conclude in a second or two.
We urge the Commission to urge African state parties, including Ethiopia and Tanzania, to refrain from disrupting individuals' access to timely information using the internet and other communication services, including during the electoral period. Ensure that the right to information is maintained during the pandemic period, and to take measures to ensure public access to information relating to the COVID-19 pandemic. To urge states to investigate and prosecute attacks against journalists, lift any limitations on media outlets, and stop the persecution and harassment of journalists and media critics. And refrain. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement, Winfried, from Article 19, Kenya. Indicating the various situations and issues affecting freedom of expression and access to information, the free functioning of media and journalists, and we also take note of issues relating to mismanagement of resources in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, underscoring also the point about the need for timely information without disconnecting internet and various media platforms, including social media platforms, and also the importance of free flow of information in the context of the pandemic. Thank you once again for your statement, which we have taken note of. Do we have Southern Africa Litigation Center? This is the NGO with observer status 420. If we have the representative by the name Amanda Shivamba, it looks like that we do not as yet have the representative. No, okay. How about West Africa Institute for Legal Aid? Okay, the next one is ECPM. ECPM, this is the NGO with observer status 508. Okay, do we have Minority Rights Group? Minority Rights Group. Okay, we have Minority Rights Group. Excellent.
Sorry for that. Good afternoon.
If you please put on your video.
My video. Okay, sorry. Let me just do that. Yes? Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is an oral declaration that is being presented on behalf of AICM, Africa International Christian Ministry, an NGO in Uganda that advocates for the rights of the Batwa and Bennett indigenous communities in Uganda. AICM declares as follows. AICM acknowledges...
Excuse me, is this Minority Rights Group?
Yes, it is.
Okay, no, you are saying you are making reference to another institution which doesn't seem to have observer status. So
we are presenting the statement on behalf of
Minority Rights Group.
Yes, as MIG, we're presenting the statement on behalf of one of our partner organizations, which is yet to obtain the observer status number. They're in the process of getting the observer status number.
Please note that we are giving the floor for Minority Rights Group International, not to any other organization.
the statement is highlighting the human rights abuses that are happening in the
That's fine. The most important point is this is a floor that we are giving to Minority Rights Group International.
Yes. Okay.
Please proceed on that basis.
Okay, that's fine. MIG acknowledges the various efforts put up by the Uganda government to improve the lives of the Batwa communities who are evicted from the 1990s from the Mahinga, Semliki, Echuya, and Bwindi forests after turning these forests into national reserves, and the Benet people who are also evicted after Mount Elgon was converted to a national park in 1993. However, MIG is deeply concerned with the current human rights violations inflicted on the Batwa people in the forests of Echuya, Semliki, Mahinga, and the Benet people in the Mount Elgon forest by the Uganda Wildlife Authority rangers. Implementation of the new Uganda Wildlife Authority Act of 2019 gives more powers to the Uganda Wildlife Authority than before to harass the communities who live near the forests. As a result, these communities, the Batwa and the Benet, have been greatly victimized by the Uganda Wildlife Authority, with brutal prohibition when they seek to access the forest for firewood and to exercise their cultural rights. Under this new Act of 2019, any person found in the forest is penalized a hefty fine of about $139 for cattle, $56 for dogs, chicken at $14, and for $28 for any person who's found hunting. These punitive restrictions deny the Nandes, Batwa, and the ethnic communities their right to indigenous land, including access to pasture, medical hubs, and cultural sites. Additionally, since the beginning of the year in 2020, a number of shootings and killings have been registered allegedly by the UA Rangers. For example, on the 25th of July 2020, at ACHPR village in Kiretei Parish in Kwen district, 2 Benet community members were shot, allegedly by UA Rangers, when their livestock strayed into the moorlands of the Mount Elgon National Park. Unfortunately, one of the victims succumbed to his injuries on the 27th of July 2020. Another shooting was recorded on the 2nd of November 2020, when 2 brothers, aged 18, were shot dead while they were grazing their animals in the forest. Also, on the 24th of October 2020, 4 Benet elders were detained in the forest by the Uganda Wildlife Rangers when 70 of their cattle strayed into the moorlands and later presented in court on the 29th of October and charged 6 months imprisonment or to pay a court fine equivalent of 500,000 Uganda shillings, which is about $142 per person. Their crime was accessing the forest illegally to graze their animals. In addition to these violent killings, the arrest of the Benet people portray Uganda Wildlife Authority's impunity in complete disregard to the 48 mandatory period within a suspect ought to be presented to court for arraignment. All these actions by the Uganda Wildlife Authority this year are a continuous gross violation of the Benet and the Batwa's rights as compounded from the previous year. For example, on the 3rd of July 2019, Cherop Sane was shot by Uganda Wildlife Authorities, again, while grazing his cattle in Mount Elgon Forest. And on the 23rd of July 2018, Alfred Cherete in the Mount Elgon Forest, These are experiences of the Benet indigenous ethnic minorities in the northern eastern Uganda. However, for the Batwa and the indigenous ethnic minority people in the southwestern Uganda, they also seem to experience the same violence, orchestrated by denial of entry into the forests, though not on the same magnitude of the Benet people. In 2018, Kakazia Justice was shot dead in Bwindi National Park while fishing, and on the 22nd of August this year, Mateke Ruzabarande, aged 55. Sorry?
Please conclude.
Okay. On behalf of the Batwa and the Benet people, we therefore ask the Commission to urge the government to, number 1, respect the court decision and implement fully the Benet consent judgment of the 27th of October 2005, resettle the displaced and Batwa indigenous ethnic minorities who have remained landless after being evicted from Mount Elgon for the case of the Benet and from the Echuya forest in the case of the Batwa. Recognize and promote the roles of ethnic minorities in Uganda, who include the Batwa and the Bennett, in the traditional management of forests for which they were evicted from, and justly and fairly compensate for their suffering caused since the final and official eviction in 1991. Review and amend the Constitution of Uganda in consultation with the indigenous peoples to recognize and respect the right of indigenous peoples, including in particularly amending Article 26, which touches on the protection from deprivation of property, and 32 on the affirmation in favor of marginalized communities. Then lastly, review the Wildlife Act and regulations enforcing it to protect and promote the involvement of indigenous communities in the management and utilization of national parks and forests. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your statement of Minority Rights Group International regarding the situation of indigenous groups in specifically in Uganda, highlighting various issues affecting the indigenous members of indigenous groups. I'm sure both the country rapporteur as well as the chairperson of the working group on indigenous populations, forward/communities and minorities have taken note of your statement. Do we have the International Center for Not-for-Profit Law, ICNL? This is the NGO with observer status 503. In the meantime, if colleagues, representatives of national human rights institutions on the list have joined us, I wish to indicate that we have we will give you the floor for Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Burundi, and the National Human Rights Commission of Mali as well. If you have joined us, please indicate to us your availability. Yes, ICNL, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Your Excellency, the Chairperson, members of the Commission, and distinguished delegates, on behalf of the International Center for Not-for-Profit Law, ICNL, I thank you for the opportunity to present this statement during the 67th Ordinary Session of this Honorable Commission. ICNL has worked in over 100 countries worldwide, including more than 25 in Africa, to promote an enabling legal environment for civil society. We continue to track government responses to the COVID-19 pandemic in 46 countries on the continent through our COVID-19 Civic Freedom Tracker. Honorable Commissioners, states were quick to introduce and implement a range of legal measures to deal with the public health emergency. However, many states have been slower to ease or lift these restrictions, and many measures continue to adversely affect people's fundamental rights in violations of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the COVID-19 guidance provided by this Honorable Commission. Recently, ICNL convened a series of virtual forums with civil society actors in more than 15 countries to discuss the challenges and opportunities that the pandemic has presented to civic freedoms and the work of civil society. Freedom of association, assembly, and expression of civil society organizations and human rights defenders continue to be affected in the following ways. One, an increased reliance on digital technology has allowed states to engage civil society more innovatively, but digital inequality has further marginalized poor and at-risk population. States are also increasing their use of intrusive surveillance technology beyond what is necessary or proportionate to accomplish legitimate public health objectives. Secondly, some governments are fast-tracking laws without public participation, undermining oversight, transparency, and accountability. Other states are using new or existing anti-money laundering and anti-terrorism financing measures to clamp down on civil society, as we have seen in Cameroon, Nigeria, Tanzania, and Uganda. States are suppressing expression by independent media and social media users and are not providing sufficient information to ensure effective public oversight and engagement with authorities. Fourth, lockdowns, curfews, and bans on gatherings have stifled peaceful and socially distant protests, especially for opposition political actors, civil society, and human rights defenders, but not for government and their allies. Fifth, the limited access to courts and access to justice for rights violations committed during the pandemic has hindered right to effective redress and especially impacted on the rights of marginalized and at-risk communities. Honorable Commissioners, in light of this difficult operating context, participants offered some recommendations on how this Honorable Commission, states, NHRIs, and CSOs can work together to address the prevailing challenges. 1, strengthen cross-sector engagement and collaboration to ensure a collective and coherent response in the post-COVID-19 recovery phase. This should include convening regular consultations and developing a standardized monitoring and reporting tool, drawing on the Commission's COVID-19 guidance to facilitate early warnings and timely, effective responses. Secondly, promote open governance initiatives to improve CSO government collaboration in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Thirdly, support decentralized systems to foster community engagement in the pandemic response and ensure more inclusive and participatory outcomes. Fourth, monitor, document, and oversee state digital technology programs to ensure they comply with applicable human rights norms and best practices. And lastly, include oversight institutions, especially NHRIs, to help with accountability, coordination, and protection of marginalized groups' interests and priorities. Honorable Chairperson, esteemed commissioners and distinguished delegates, ICNL reiterates that state responses to public health threats are stronger and more effective when they include civil society and protect human rights. As we work together to defeat the virus, we must also protect the health of democracy and civic space. This can only be done by engaging and collaborating with all stakeholders as we navigate the post-COVID-19 era. We commend the Commission for its continued engagement on these critical issues and for its human rights-based response to COVID-19. ICNL stands ready to continue to assist the Commission in this response. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much for that statement of ICNL, International Center for Not-for-Profit Law, underscoring the importance of protecting not just public health, but also the health of democratic systems of governance, but also the protection of human rights as we protect health of our populations. Your statement and the contents therein are very well noted, and we thank you for that. Do we have Human Rights Institute of South Africa? Human Rights Institute of South Africa. Thank you. This is the non-governmental organization with observer status 253.
Yes.
If you could put on
Yes.
the video, and yeah, you have the floor, please.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, honorable members of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, distinguished states delegates, National Human Rights Institution, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Human Rights Institute of South Africa, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my statement on the situation of human rights in Africa. Women and girls continue to be on the receiving ends. Besides the existence of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights Protocol on the rights of women in Africa, although we commend progress made in the ratification status of the protocol by 42 state parties and encourage states that are still behind with ratification to submit their instrument of ratification before end of the year 2020. This will give impetus to the AU and United Nations mechanisms in advancing women's rights, peace, and security, exposed in the African Women Decade 2010-2020, promoting gender equality, acceleration of regional mechanisms to end wars, conflicts, genocide in the region. It is also encouraging that the AU themed the year 2020 as a year of silencing the guns, to make peace efforts realizable and sustainable in the continent. Furthermore, a commitment to achieve universal ratification and enforcement of the Maputo Protocol by 2015 and domestication in 2020 will end these heinous crimes, which the protocol requests states to consider as crimes against humanity, under Article 11 of the protocol. Although South Africa is making progress in the realization of the guaranteed rights in the Maputo Protocol through the judiciary to advance women remedies enshrined in the protocol, there's still more work to be done by the government. In 2016, after the examination of South Africa periodic report, the African Commission recommended South Africa to outlaw traditional practice of ukutwala, as it forces women and girls into marriages, regardless of age, through abduction, constituting torture, inhuman and degrading treatment, human trafficking remaining high in South Africa, and abduction of women and children found dumped in rubbish places, brutally murdered. Gender-based violence and femicide have increased, especially in the COVID-19 mitigation. These measures miss the opportunity to install the AU non-violent measures to solve problems, particularly in women taking their frustrations in the street to protest against the law enforcement failure to address these heinous crimes. It also comes to our attention that while efforts are made to improve submission record of South Africa periodic reports on African Charter on Human and People's Rights, little is done to fast-track development of Part P of the report, which constitute a section elaborating progress made to implement Maputo Protocol. Women face many challenges despite living in a non-conflict country. Statistics indicate that more guns are owned by civilians. Sorry, I just misplaced it, okay. Okay, but there are no resources to match the articulation of the condemnation of these atrocious acts against women. There's also an emergence of targeting women human rights defenders in promoting human rights protection in the mining communities. These have manifested in extrajudicial killings, death, threats of leaders of community-based organizations, and activists working in these areas. In terms of women's roles in peace process, women have been pushing for the effective implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Regarding this, there are 3 bills considered with stringent provision for successful prosecution of the perpetrators of gender-based violence. CSOs advocated Cabinet to adopt the National Action Plan 1325. The delay in passing the National Action Plan by Cabinet means there are no concrete plans to combat crimes that impede achievement of women, peace, and security. We call upon the African Commission on Human and People's Rights through its special mandate holder of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa to urge the AU state to do the following: to domesticate Maputo Protocol and those that have yet ratified the protocol to fast-track effort for ratification in 2020. Withdrawal of reservations made during ratification of the protocol and fast-track development and submission of outstanding periodic report demonstrating progress made to give effort to Maputo Protocol. To collaborate with the Office of the Special Envoy of the Chairperson of the African Union on Women, Peace and Security to assess the impact of the AU African Women Decade, especially in communities, rural areas, minority groups, refugees, migrants, trafficking of women and girls, and develop recommendations to sustain peace and security in the region. To consider adopting a resolution for development of general comment on Article 10 and 11 of Maputo Protocol, to assist state parties with extensive elaboration for implementation and sustaining peace in the region, to reinvigorate efforts to achieve gender equality and end wars, conflicts, genocide, gender-based violence, and femicide, involvement of women in peace negotiation, construction and mediation through development of the National Action Plan within the UN Security Council, Resolution 1325 auspices. To the Special Rapporteur, okay.
Thank you very much. Your time, unfortunately, has come to an end. We take note of the statement, particularly its focus on the human rights issues affecting women and girls, and your recommendations to the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in respect to the implementation of the Maputo Protocol, including the call for domestication of the Maputo Protocol, for submission of reports by states parties to the Maputo Protocol on the implementation of the Maputo Protocol, as well as the proposal for cooperation between the Special Rapporteur and the Special Envoy of the AU on women, peace and security. We thank you once again for that statement.
Thank you, sir. We
have been trying to connect yesterday with VSV. If we have the representative of VSV, this is the NGO with observer status 399, Rostin Nkuhata. Okay, I think we do have the representative. Okay, we can see you.
La VSV est là.
We can see you. You can proceed, please.
Honorable Président, au nom de la Voix de sans voix pour les droits de l'homme, permettez-nous de prime abord de vous remercier pour la parole que vous nous accordez afin de parler de la situation des droits de l'homme en République démocratique du Congo. Notre déclaration a 3 points. Il s'agit de la situation sociopolitique actuelle en République démocratique du Congo, de la lutte contre l'impunité et de la situation des défenseurs des droits de l'homme. 1. Situation sociopolitique en RD Congo. La situation sociopolitique en République démocratique du Congo est on ne peut plus préoccupante avec la gouvernance actuelle sur base d'un accord politique dont le contenu n'est pas connu par les Congolaises et Congolais jusqu'à ce jour. Les parties à cet accord sont les CAP pour les changements et le Front commun pour le Congo, dont les autorités morales sont respectivement le président Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo et l'ancien président Joseph Kabila. Le contexte actuel de la République démocratique du Congo, caractérisé par une tension politique grandissante, fait craindre des troubles sociopolitiques à même d'impacter négativement sur la situation des droits de l'homme en République démocratique du Congo. Les avancées observées en matière des droits de l'homme pendant la première année du règne du président Félix Antoine Tshisekedi semblent se dissiper avec la répression croissante de la liberté d'expression, d'opinion, des réunions pacifiques, des menaces, arrestations arbitraires et poursuites judiciaires injustes qui se sont multipliées, témoignant d'une restriction de l'espace civique sur le plan social. Les réalisations socio-économiques promises par le nouveau pouvoir tardent à se concrétiser ou sont asphyxiées à l'instar de la gratuité de l'enseignement à cause des conflits de leadership liés à l'accord précité. La VSV demande donc à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple d'interpeller les acteurs politiques congolais quant à leurs responsabilités individuelles ou collectives sur d'éventuelles violations des droits humains en République démocratique du Congo. 2. La lutte contre l'impunité. La VSV est convaincue que la lutte effective contre l'impunité est la seule voie royale pour une paix durable en République démocratique du Congo. Aucun réel état de droit ne peut se bâtir sur l'impunité et aucune paix durable n'est possible sans penser les plaies des victimes des attaques répétées des groupes armés qui se poursuivent à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo avec les tueries à Beni, au nord Kivu, à Ituri et au sud Kivu. La lutte contre l'impunité passe également par la mise en œuvre des recommandations du rapport Mapping, publié en 2010 par les Nations Unies, ayant fait état de plus de 600 incidents de droits de l'homme constitutifs des crimes contre l'humanité, des crimes de guerre et des possibles crimes de génocide. Les victimes de tous ces crimes sont toujours en attente de la justice, de la vérité et des réparations. Nous encourageons donc le gouvernement congolais qui, au cours d'un de ses conseils des ministres, a exprimé la volonté d'une justice traditionnelle en République démocratique du Congo. Cependant, des craintes existent quant à cette justice traditionnelle qui risquerait, en oubliant les volets pénals, de contribuer à l'impunité des auteurs ou des responsables des crimes imprescriptibles. Aussi, la VSV demande-t-elle à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple de s'associer aux nombreuses voix, dont celle du prix Nobel de la paix, 2018, Dr Denis Mukwege, qui s'élève et qui ne cesse d'exiger la mise en place d'un tribunal pénal international pour la RD Congo. 3. Situation des défenseurs des droits humains en RD Congo. Honorable Président, malgré la tenance politique en RD Congo et les efforts fournis par les nouvelles autorités congolaises pour un espace de jouissance par toutes et tous des libertés fondamentales, il convient cependant de souligner que la situation des défenseurs des droits humains demeure préoccupante. Depuis le début de l'année 2020, de nombreux défenseurs des droits humains ont fait l'objet d'atteintes ou de violations de leurs droits pour avoir dénoncé des cas d'insécurité dont la population est victime, surtout à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, ou pour avoir, à l'ouest de la RD Congo, dénoncé la mauvaise gestion des autorités provinciales, principalement des gouverneurs des provinces, dont la plupart foulent aux pieds les réalisations socio-économiques en faveur des populations. À titre illustratif, 22 cas de défenseurs des droits humains suivis par la VSV ont fait l'objet d'intimidation, d'arrestation et de détention arbitraires, de menaces de toutes sortes d'enlèvements et de tortures. La VSV rappelle à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple l'absence continue d'un cadre légal de protection des défenseurs des droits humains.
Your time is ending.
Merci, Honorable Président.
Merci beaucoup for your statement on behalf of VSV, providing updates on some human rights issues relating to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Commission takes note of the statement and the contents therein. I'm sure the country rapporteur for the DRC have taken note of the issues that you have highlighted and also the concerns raised as far as some developments in the DRC is concerned. Also the issues affecting human rights defenders that you have highlighted are also well noted. I do understand that we have Equality Now on the line. We also have the National Human Rights Commission of Cameroon. So let's start with the National Human Rights Commission of Cameroon. This is the National Commission for Human Rights and Liberties of Cameroon. Are we having a technical problem? Do we have the National Commission for Human Rights and Liberties of Cameroon? Okay, while trying to establish connection with the representative of National Human Rights Commission of Cameroon, may I request Equality Now, the representative of Equality Now, to take the floor? Okay, in the meantime, let's continue to try to establish connection with the representative of the National Commission for Human Rights and Liberties of Cameroon. We have the representative of Equality Now, which is the NGO with observer status 281. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson of the ACHPR, Commissioners, State Party representatives, fellow civil society representatives, honored participants. Honorable Chairperson, the current COVID-19 crisis continues to account for an unprecedented spike in cases of violence against women and girls in Africa. School closures and extended school holidays, as is being witnessed in many African countries due to the pandemic, have occasioned a rise in cases of FGM and quote-unquote child marriage in practicing communities across the continent. The breakdown of community surveillance systems due to social distancing guidelines, curfews, and lockdowns, and the fact that governments are currently prioritizing COVID-19 response efforts have provided an enabling environment for the practice to continue without detection. In this regard, we call upon the ACHPR to continue its collaboration and engagement with governments, national human rights institutions, and civil society actors to explore ways of ensuring COVID-19 responses integrate, mainstream, and prioritize the need to address and prevent gender-based violence, particularly harmful practices, with a view to ensuring that the rights of women and girls across the continent are protected even during emergency and crisis situations. Additionally, we urge the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to develop specific guidelines and recommendations that address the human rights challenges and opportunities presented by the COVID-19 pandemic in general, and on women's and girls' rights in particular, in line with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Maputo Protocol, and other relevant continental and international treaties, as well as soft law. We call upon the Commission to continue to urge AU member states to allocate adequate resources to protect the most vulnerable from violations and to hold perpetrators to account. Honorable Chairperson, we commend the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on the recent adoption of General Comment number 6 on Article 7D of the Maputo Protocol on the right to property during separation, divorce, or annulment of marriage. This general comment is a timely intervention into an issue that has continued to place women in an adverse position when it comes to the enforcement of their rights to matrimonial property. We urge the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, in concert with state parties and civil society, to collaborate on ways of making the general comment and the provisions of the Maputo Protocol and other treaties that it corresponds to a reality at the national level. In particular, we urge the Commission to work closely on raising awareness of these provisions among national level policymakers, such as legislators and the judiciary, on how to promote women's rights to matrimonial property through the application of the general comment. Additionally, we call upon the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to undertake a study on the impact of its soft law instruments so far, including general comments, guidelines, principles and declarations, resolutions, and all other publications by the Commission in guiding member states to fulfill their obligations under the African Charter and Maputo Protocol. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Equality, now for the statement. Speaking to the impact of COVID-19, most importantly, the COVID-19 regulation response measures on women and girls. I wish to draw your attention to Resolution 449, which had a very specific segment on the rights of women and girls that provides guidance on the expectations within the framework of the Maputo Protocol for states parties to ensure that the interests and needs of women and girls are adequately catered for, considering in particular that in times of crisis and pandemics like COVID-19, that they are more vulnerable to various forms of attacks, human rights abuses, and violations. We take note of your various recommendations to the African Commission in respect of not only issues relating to the Maputo Protocol and the rights of women, but also the impact of its various activities and work, including its soft laws. Did we manage to establish connection with the national human rights? No? Okay. All right. So if we do not have the Southern Africa Litigation Center, West African Institute for Legal Aid. FIACAT. Okay. All right. In that case, I think I suggest that we proceed to the next agenda item. This is the agenda item on agenda item 6 on activities of members of the Commission. For this, I would now hand over the floor to Vice Chairperson Honorable Remy Ngoy-Lumbu to lead us to lead the proceeding.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je pense qu'à l'ordre du jour d'aujourd'hui, à point le point 4 sur la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique, point qui nous a permis encore d'auditionner le discours de quelques ONG qui ont fait état de la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Nous pouvons passer au point 6 sur le rapport d'activité de membres de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, ainsi que les mécanismes spéciaux, n'est-ce pas, de notre organe. Suivant la liste que j'ai, je pense qu'il nous reste encore à auditionner 2 rapports. Il s'agit du rapport du président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, sa qualité de président et membre du bureau. Il y a également le rapport du groupe de travail sur les industries extractives, l'environnement et les violations des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Je voudrais donc vous repasser la parole, Monsieur le Président, pour que vous puissiez dans un premier temps nous présenter votre rapport en tant que président et membre du bureau. Je ne sais pas si vous allez le faire automatiquement avec celui du groupe de travail sur les industries extractives ou bien vous allez le faire séparément. Mais en tout cas, je vous donne la parole pour que vous présentiez ces 2 rapports. Merci beaucoup.
Many thanks, Vice Chair, for giving me the floor. I will present both dimensions of the activities undertaken in my capacity as chairperson of the Commission, but also as chairperson of the working group on extractive industries, environment, and human rights. Honorable members of the Commission, distinguished delegates of state parties, national human rights institutions, and civil society organizations. I greet you once again as I present my activity report. This is an activity report that I am presenting in accordance with Rule 23, subparagraphs 3 and 72 of the Rules of Procedure of the African Commission. And it has 2 parts. Part A, activities undertaken in my capacity as chairperson, member of the Commission, and the chairperson of the working group on extractive industries, environment and human rights, and Part B, which provides thematic analysis relating to human rights issues in the context of extractive industries, environment and human rights, as well as human rights in conflict situations. In terms of activities undertaken within in my capacity as chairperson of the Commission, I wish to draw the attention of distinguished delegates that a number of activities have been undertaken, including the issuing of statements, both in collaboration with others, but also separately, including on issues relating to on issues arising in the context of COVID-19, those relating to election. I also participated in the 66th ordinary session, which I presided over, during which I also contributed to the initiation of Resolution 449 of the African Commission, which was adopted during the 66th ordinary session, which provides guidance on the human rights approach that should be followed in respect of the COVID-19 pandemic, both during the pandemic, but also in the course of recovering from the socio-economic impacts of the pandemic. Also during the same session, I also collaborated with the chairperson of the ECOSOC working group in supporting the initiation of Resolution 446. I wish to also indicate that it has been already mentioned in the report of the vice chairperson. This relates to the defense of the budget of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights before the PRC subcommittee and the experts of the finance ministers of 15 member states. And this, I defended the budget of the Commission, during which I outlined the important role and contribution of the African Commission, including its support for states' efforts to uphold their obligations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and indeed in the context of the various related instruments such as the Maputo Protocol. I also made a case for securing the endorsement of member states for much of the budget of the Commission relating to the sessions of the Commission, since the sessions of the Commission are the only framework through which the Commission carries out and implements its mandate. I also highlighted the long-standing chronic staffing shortage of the Commission, which continues to affect the capacity of the Commission in the delivery of its mandate. A mandate which has been expanding over the years, including the responsibilities added to the Commission under the Maputo Protocol and the Protocol to the African Court on Human and People's Rights. In this respect, I appealed that the PRC proposes to the Executive Council that the Commission is provided with the capacity to recruit its own staff to permanently resolve this chronic challenge. And this appeal was accepted, and this proposal was made to the Executive Council through the PRC, granting the Commission the capacity to recruit its staff. This is an achievement that we very much welcome, and for this we wish to appreciate the PRC and the Executive Council for their understanding and support, which is critical for enabling the Commission to fully execute its mandate. On 12 August 2020, I made a presentation during a dialogue between regional human rights protection commissions in the context of the pandemic that was hosted by the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights. And this interregional dialogue brought together the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, and the ASEAN Commission of Human Rights, the details of which is available in paragraph 6. On 31 August 2020, I also participated in the opening session of the 35th ordinary session of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and made an opening remark during that opening session, the details of which is also available in paragraph 7 and the link there too. Between 30 September and 14 October, through virtual participation, I attended the 37th meeting of the African Union Executive Council, which was held during which the Commission was granted the mandate, as I indicated, to recruit its own staff on par with other autonomous organs of the AU. On 15 October 2020, I attended the 2020 annual conference of the Geneva Human Rights Platform on the theme connectivity between regional and global human rights mechanisms, which is also linked to the Addis Ababa roadmap that in respect of which we have been having a very rich discussion in the course of this publication. On 21 October 2020, in a landmark initiative, I spearheaded the Commission in convening the first of its kind high-level event in commemoration of the Africa Human Rights Day, with the theme Human and People's Rights and the COVID-19 Pandemic, protecting rights for building back better. The keynote address during this event was delivered by His Excellency Dr. Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana. And this has served to showcase Botswana's experience in managing the COVID-19 pandemic, among other things. And in this respect, I wish to thank both President Masisi, but also the African Union Commission Chairperson Faki Mahamat, who, through Her Excellency Minata Samata Sesuma, also made the opening remark. On to November 2020, and together with the Chairperson of the African Union Advisory Board on Corruption, we issued a joint statement on corruption in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. I wish to indicate that activities I have undertaken in my capacity as a member of the African Commission are listed in paragraphs 12 to 14. I think it's important to just draw the attention of participants that this relates to the various initiatives, including the sessions held, the meeting that the Commission also had on resolutions subsequent to the 66 ordinary session, among others. Let me move now to activities undertaken in my capacity as the chairperson of the working group on extractive industries. On 11 August 2020, I issued a press statement in response to the oil spill in the Indian Ocean on the southeast coast of the Mauritian island, which leaked tons of diesel oil into the ocean, with dire consequences to the environment and other human rights. On 1 September 2020, I also issued a statement on protecting the right to environment in Kenya, expressing concern about reports that a petrochemical industry group was lobbying to influence trade negotiations between the Republic of Kenya and the US to allow import of plastic waste into Kenya from the US. Following the adoption of Resolution 459 on the renewal of the mandate and reconstitution of the Working Group on Extractive Industries, which saw the appointment of a new vice chairperson and 5 new expert members, I convened an induction meeting for new members of the Working Group on 25 September 2020. During the intersession period, progress was also made on the process of finalizing the background study on extractive industries, the environment, human rights in Africa, which was entrusted to the Commission under Resolution 148. Following the incorporation of submissions received from various stakeholders as part of the public consultations, the study will be tabled before the Commission for consideration and adoption in upcoming sessions. In my capacity as a member of the Working Group on specific issues, I participated in 3 meetings relating to this working group during the intersession period on 24, 28, and 31 October 2020, the details of which have been presented by the chairperson of this working group. Activities undertaken are the focal point on transitional justice in Africa. In my capacity as the Commission's focal point for transitional justice in Africa, and following the adoption of the Commission's study on transitional justice and human and people's rights and the African Union Transitional Justice Policy, I convened, with the support of the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa, a sensitization seminar on 30 September 2020, involving members of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The seminar, which included expert resource persons on the subject, was convened to discuss the relevance of the African Union TJ policy, the Commission's study on transitional justice in the work of the Commission, and how these instruments help the Commission and its various mechanisms to address human rights concerns that arise in countries in transition. This seminar, which forms part of the roadmap for the implementation of the recommendations of the ACHPR TJ study, enhanced deeper understanding of matters of transitional justice in Africa and provided insights on the 2 TJ instruments on human rights issues in transitional justice processes, as well as areas of cooperation with other international and regional human rights institutions and TJ mechanisms. I wish to thank all members of the Commission for their collaboration and participation in this seminar, and also to express my appreciation to the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa for the technical support for the implementation of this seminar. On 14 October 2020, I attended a consultation with the United Nations mission to South Sudan, which relates to my country rapporteur responsibility, during which we discussed the initiatives of the Commission in respect of Chapter 5 of the Peace Agreement of South Sudan relating to transitional justice, for which the Commission adopted a resolution during its 65th ordinary session last year. From 26 to 28 October 2020, I participated in the African Transitional Justice Forum, during which I made in the opening ceremony. I also presented a paper on a panel focusing on the AU Team of the Year, assessing the African Union Transitional Justice Policy and its contribution to silencing the guns and creating conducive conditions for Africa's development. Activities undertaken as focal points on conflict, on human rights in conflict situations. In this capacity, I initiated Resolution 447 on upholding human rights during situations of emergency in other exceptional circumstances, which was adopted as Resolution 447 during the 66th ordinary session of the Commission. I have taken note of the proposals by distinguished participants in respect of the implementation of this resolution and the consultations that will be held with various stakeholders. On 21 September 2020, I issued a press statement on the International Day of Peace, in particular calling on all actors involved in conflicts on the continent to respect the International Day of Peace by observing a ceasefire. I also observed that the call to peace is all the more pertinent within the current climate of the COVID-19 pandemic, noting that the pandemic and its impact have exacerbated the suffering of civilians who are caught in conflict situations. From 22 to 24 September 2020, I participated in the 4th African Union Commission and Non-Policy Dialogue Forum on the state of national human rights institutions in Africa, on the theme National Human Rights Institutions Contribution to Silencing the Guns in Africa. On October 8, 2020, I made a presentation on behalf of the Commission to the African Union Peace and Security Council during the second consultation between the Peace and Security Council and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is an implementation of the communique of the 866th session of the Peace and Security Council. During this consultation, we engaged on human rights challenge in situations of crisis on the continent, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on conflict and human rights. And at the end of that, the Peace and Security Council adopted a communique on the consultative meeting, highlighting the exchange that we have had, and the link to that is available on paragraph 25. I wish on this occasion to thank the chairperson of the month during which we have been given this opportunity, that is the Arab Republic of Egypt. Activities undertaken as country rapporteur, in my capacity as country rapporteur for Kenya, and as a follow-up to applications received about systemic issues of excessive use of force and police brutality. I also initiated Resolution 445 on the human rights situation in the Republic of Kenya, which, apart from expressing concern about the human and people's rights challenges arising from certain regulations adopted in Kenya, particularly impacting the most socially and economically vulnerable people, it called for engaging with Kenya towards supporting the search for addressing the problem of police brutality that has led to recurrent incidents of arbitrary deprivation of life. In this respect, I look forward to full cooperation of the government of Kenya and other stakeholders, national human rights stakeholders. On 12 August 2020, I issued a letter of appeal in my capacity as country rapporteur for Kenya regarding the evictions of vulnerable groups in Kenya in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and in violation of various human rights issues. And this appeal was conveyed jointly with my colleagues, members of the Commission. Lastly, in relation to my capacity as country rapporteur of Kenya, I continue during the intersession period to oversee the Commission's litigation application numbers 006/2012, which is currently ongoing before the African Court on Human and People's Rights. In this respect, I especially provided guidance on preparations for convening of a public hearing on reparations, and indeed on the various preparations for this purpose, including for filing of submissions to the African Court. On 8 October 2020, and in my capacity as country rapporteur for South Africa, I initiated a consultation with the South African Human Rights Commission and the African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum in relation to concerns raised during the 66th ordinary session regarding the use of force by law enforcement agencies in South Africa, including during the COVID-19 pandemic, and also related to incidents involving law enforcement agencies going back to the Marikana massacre. During this consultation, I expressed the availability of the Commission to support and amplify the work done by South African institutions in relation to human rights concerns, and the importance of championing and supporting the reform of laws, policies, and practices of law enforcement, particularly as it relates to the use of force. In relation to my role as the newly appointed country rapporteur for Nigeria, on 14 September 2020, I sent a letter of urgent appeal jointly with my colleagues, members of the Commission, to the President of Nigeria regarding the death sentence and appeal process of singer Yahya Sharif Aminu. I look forward to a positive response of the government of Nigeria on this letter of urgent appeal for averting the application of capital punishment before exhaustion of due process of the law. Subsequent to this, in response to the developing situation as it relates to the NSARS protest, I also issued, together with the Special Rapporteur on Prisons, Conditions of Detention and Policing in Africa, Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela, a statement on human rights violations by law enforcement institutions in Nigeria. Another statement was also issued jointly with other members of the Commission following the another major incident of Lekki Toll Gate area of Lagos on 20 October 2020. While welcoming the announcement of the government of Nigeria for disbanding SARS, it is imperative that through independent and transparent investigations, vetting of members of SARS are carried out before their redeployment. The Commission also welcomes the establishment of judicial inquiries and urges the comprehensive review of laws, regulations, leadership mindset, and practice of law enforcement and security institutions on the use of force. I also urge the government of Nigeria to ensure that participants of the NSARS protest are not subject to reprisals and their right to peaceful assembly is fully respected. Finally, in relation to my country-related mandates, in my capacity as country rapporteur for Tanzania, and together with the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information, Commissioner King, and the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders and Focal Point on Reprisals in Africa, Commissioner Lumbu, I issued a press statement on 23 October, drawing attention to recent developments affecting various areas of human and people's rights in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and in the lead up to the 2020 national elections in Tanzania. We look forward to due consideration by the government of Tanzania of the issues highlighted in our statement and urgently create conditions for free civic and political space and media environment in accordance with the African Charter. My observations and conclusions regarding the above activities. During the months since the previous ordinary session, we have seen the numbers of infections from COVID-19 showing some level of decline. We have seen states of emergency and disaster being revised or coming to an end. And in this context, of course, children returning to school and a resumption of economic activities. While it can't be said that the pandemic is over, and not denying the possibility of a second wave, we are beginning to adjust the ways in which we live and work and to adopt to a new normal. And of course, in this respect, I wish to indicate Resolution 449, which provides guidance on the kinds of precaution that needs to continue to be applied. However, the economic and social repercussions of the pandemic have greatly affected and will continue to impact on our lives. This is particularly the case for the most vulnerable in our societies, who have the least resilience to bounce back due to insufficient resources or social support structures. During these times, rather than relax, it is necessary to redouble our efforts to ensure that the structural and issues of injustice are addressed to enable us to be more prepared for any future pandemics or disasters. This is a time for reflection on our collective responsibility to build for a better and more resilient system, which is anchored on human rights. The Commission during these months strive to develop tools which may assist in this regard, as highlighted in the course of this session. The Commission, through the adoption of resolutions to prepare guidelines on adhering to human and people's rights standards under the African Charter when declaring states of emergency or disaster, and a study on the realization of the rights to health care, is working towards additional tools which would ensure that we are better prepared and more resilient for future shocks. As has also become clear through the consultations that we had with various stakeholders during the past year, the consequence of COVID-19 has impacted on virtually all human rights. In relation to my mandate on extractive industries, COVID-19 has impacted on industries across the continent which were functioning at reduced capacity. In some cases, they were brought to a halt, thereby decreasing revenues that may be obtained from these activities, which affects socioeconomic development as well. At the same time, the COVID-19 pandemic has placed a magnifying glass on the challenge of weak financial regulation of natural resource and lack of diversification in income by states with an over-reliance on natural resources. The pandemic has further disrupted the economies of the continent in this respect. Despite calls from the AU, UN heads for humanitarian ceasefires, conflicts across the continent have continued unabated during the crisis. It's time to focus on the root causes of these conflicts and indeed to put all efforts on the part of AU member states, the African Union, national human rights institutions, and civil society organizations to step up to this challenge and use all our efforts in order to create conditions for a more just and equitable world. I wish to thank you for your attention in respect of activities undertaken both in my capacity as chair and also of the Commission and also the working group on extractive industries and country rapporteur. Part B covers, as I indicated earlier on, the state of human rights in the extractive industry sector. And I wish simply to draw the attention of all my timer is telling me that my time is up. So because of that, I simply wish to draw the attention of all participants to part B, which has two sections, one relating to the extractive industry sector, another relating to human rights in conflict situations. I wish to thank you all for your kind attention and give the floor back to Vice Chairperson.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, du rapport que vous venez de nous faire par rapport aux activités que vous avez eues à effectuer en votre qualité de président et de membre du bureau, ainsi que des activités que vous avez pu mener en qualité de président du groupe de travail sur les industries. extractives. Je voudrais ouvrir le débat en demandant s'il y a les représentants des États qui souhaitent prendre la parole après avoir entendu ce rapport. Et est-ce que nous, je ne sais pas si Madame la secrétaire exécutive a pu enregistrer, mais moi je n'ai pas reçu de demande de parole de la part des représentants des États. Est-ce qu'il y en a dans la salle qui nous suivent, qui voudraient intervenir par rapport à cela? Je ne vois pas. Je voudrais demander s'il y a des INDH qui souhaitent réagir par rapport à ça. Je n'en vois pas, mais j'ai pu enregistrer, selon ce qui m'a été communiqué, qu'il y a, dans le cadre des ONG, International Service for Human Rights, ACHPR, numéro d'affiliation 53, Madame Etong Kame et Stéphanie Wamba se sont fait enregistrer. Est-ce qu'elles sont là pour prendre la parole? Étoile? Ok. Madame Adélaïde Etong Kame, elle est là. Vous avez la parole et vous savez que pour ce faire, vous n'avez droit qu'à 3 minutes pour réagir à ce rapport. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Monsieur le Président, honorable commissaire et à partie, chers délégués. Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la présentation de votre rapport et notamment pour la mise à jour quant aux activités du groupe de travail sur les industries extractives, l'environnement et les violations des droits de l'homme. En 2018, ACHPR avait félicité par l'adoption par le groupe de travail des lignes directrices et principes de l'établissement des rapports d'État en vertu des articles 21 et 24 de la Charte africaine. Nous demeurons convaincus de l'importance et l'utilité de telles lignes directrices pour orienter et encourager les États à rapporter quant à la mise en œuvre des articles au niveau national. Néanmoins, depuis l'adoption de ces lignes directrices, encore trop peu d'États fournissent des informations pertinentes et nécessaires permettant à la Commission d'évaluer de manière approfondie la mise en œuvre de ces articles. ACHPR appelle la Commission et notamment le groupe de travail à continuer et amplifier la vulgarisation de ces lignes directrices auprès des États. Nous nous tenons prêts à collaborer avec le groupe de travail pour continuer de démontrer aux États l'importance de rapporter quant à la mise en œuvre des articles 21 et 24 de la Charte africaine. Les violations des droits humains contre les défenseurs environnementaux, de la terre et des peuples autochtones continuent de se multiplier à travers l'Afrique. Alors que le continent souffre des effets sur la santé et des restrictions causées par la pandémie du Covid-19, les sociétés transnationales ont continué d'étendre leurs activités minières, pétrolières et gazières à travers le continent. Trop régulièrement, elles ignorent les demandes et les droits des communautés locales, qui à leur tour subissent des expulsions forcées, un accès limité à leurs terres et une aggravation des impacts du changement climatique. Une conséquence directe de l'exploitation des combustibles fossiles. Dans certains cas, ces violations vont jusqu'au meurtre. De plus, les points 24 et 39 des lignes directrices prévoient que les défenseurs s'exprimant pour garantir le respect des droits humains des personnes et communautés affectées par l'exploitation des industries extractives doivent être protégés contre tout acte de représailles, harcèlement, restriction et intimidation de la part des entreprises ou des États. Malgré cela, ce 22 octobre, Filiken Chankase, une défenseure de l'environnement sud-africaine qui s'est fermement opposée à l'extension d'une mine de charbon près de chez elle, a été abattue à son domicile. Elle était actuellement impliquée dans un litige juridique l'opposant à Tendele, la compagnie exploitant la mine de charbon qui se situait notamment près de la plus ancienne réserve naturelle d'Afrique. Enfin, au vu du nombre toujours croissant de défenseurs appelant au respect des droits humains et de l'environnement par les entreprises en Afrique, nous nous réjouissons de la publication prochaine de l'étude préliminaire sur les industries extractives, l'environnement et les violations des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Adélaïde. Nous prenons acte de ce que vous recommandez à la Commission de vulgariser les lignes directrices sur l'établissement des rapports, en rapport justement avec les ressources naturelles, donc les lignes directrices qui ont été élaborées par le groupe de travail sur les industries extractives. Et nous prenons également acte de votre offre de collaboration dans ce domaine pour pouvoir appuyer le groupe de travail sur les industries extractives. Nous prenons aussi bonne note de l'information que vous nous donnez sur la femme défenseuse des droits de l'homme en Afrique du Sud qui travaille dans le domaine de l'environnement. Nous avons toujours dit que ce sont des défenseurs à risque qui a été abattu à son domicile. Nous prenons acte de ces informations et nous allons réagir adéquatement. Je n'ai pas sur ma liste d'autres ONG qui souhaitent intervenir. Dans ce cas-là, Monsieur le Président, je vais vous retourner la parole pour faire des observations finales par rapport à votre rapport.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I see on the chat that FIDH says that they have registered to make a statement on the activity report.
Oui, je vois également que le FIDH disent, M. Andrew Songa dit qu'ils se sont enregistrés, mais moi, la liste qui m'a été confiée, ils n'étaient pas là. Mais s'ils sont là et qu'ils sont prêts à prendre la parole, je ne vois pas d'inconvénient. FIDH, est-ce que vous êtes là? Monsieur Andrew Songa. Il est là?
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. We have 3 minutes for you.
Okay. Honorable Chairperson and Commissioners, the International Federation for Human Rights, in cooperation with its Ugandan member organization, the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative, welcome the opportunity to address the Commission on the occasion of the presentation of this activity report. As you may recall from the 66th ordinary session, FIDH called attention to the Ugandan oil sector, and in particular, the joint venture between subsidiaries of French oil giant Total and Chinese state-owned company Sinopec to exploit concessions. FIDH and FHRI have since released a community-based human rights impact assessment report on this issue entitled New Oil's Same Business, which documents past and present human rights and environmental abuses, while also emphasizing the great risks of further harm in the decades to come if Total, Sinopec, and the Ugandan government don't enact a series of preventive and remedial measures before moving forward with the project. Our research team witnessed how the pressure on available land and collectively managed resources has decreased communities' standard of living and disrupted traditional ways of life. Cattle keepers have been deprived of their communal grazing lands, which they used to share amongst their clans. Communities complain that they have been resettled by authorities.
Mr. Andrew Songa.
Chair, please.
Mr. Andrew Songa, can you that the interpreters can hear you? Okay.
My apologies, Vice Chair. As I was saying, communities complain that they have been resettled by authorities to less fertile land and have received inadequate compensation in a lengthy process which disregarded traditional customs and the customary rules governing access to land and its use. Oil exploration around Lake Albert has also had a harsh impact on people's rights to a healthy environment, as exemplified by increasingly limited amounts of available drinking water and the reduction in the water and soil quality. While the companies claim to be implementing best available techniques to minimize negative impacts, our report highlights that this is not always the case. Reports show that cases of respiratory diseases and miscarriages are already on the rise. Any oil spill would have dramatic consequences on nearby communities, but could also impact tens of thousands of people in the Democratic Republic of Congo, across the lake, and in countries down the Nile. The vulnerability of both communities and of sensitive ecosystems must not be taken lightly. We note with concern the cases of judicial harassment and arbitrary detention with regards to environmental human rights defenders, and one such instance was in September 2020, which saw the arbitrary detention and subsequent release of 9 environmental human rights defenders who had traveled to Hoima to participate in peaceful demonstrations and call for the end of the destruction of Bugoma Forest, a protected tropical forest on the west of Uganda. In light of the foregoing, we call on the Commission to be seized of this matter and urge the concerned state parties and the companies undertaking the projects to cease further activities related to the project until community concerns are effectively addressed through transparent, consultative, and effective redress mechanisms, and that human rights defenders are accorded sufficient guarantees of their safety and freedom to operate without the threat of judicial harassment and arbitrary detention. to revoke the licenses for the exploration and exploitation of oil and gas within natural protected areas, and near water sources, and refrain from authorizing any further exploration, construction, or exploitation.
Vous avez dépassé le temps, c'est 3 minutes. Je vous ai même accordé 1 ou 2 minutes supplémentaires compte tenu des interruptions.
Okay, just to quickly conclude, we also
Est-ce que
encourage.
vous m'entendez?
Apologies. I just wanted to quickly conclude by saying we encourage the Commission to seek an invitation from the Ugandan government to undertake a visit to the country and engage in an inquiry on the project.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Of the objectives and the guidelines of Article 21 and 24 of the African Charter. I thank you.
Have we lost connection with the Vice Chair?
Vous m'entendez? Je suis là.
Yeah, he. Yes.
Ok, merci. Monsieur le Président, je pense que vous avez entendu Monsieur Andrew Songa de FIDH sur l'expropriation, l'exploitation d'une concession minière en Ouganda. Il parle des Chinois et de Total et de compensations que les communautés locales n'ont pas pu obtenir. Ce qui rentre dans le cadre je pense que c'est une information qui nous importe, qui rentre dans le cadre de votre mandat en tant que président du groupe de travail sur les industries extractives, ainsi que la question qui a été, les observations qui ont été formulées par International Service for Human Rights. Je voudrais peut-être vous retourner la parole pour que vous puissiez alors faire vos observations conclusives par rapport à ces deux ONG qui sont intervenues. Comme ça, on peut passer à un autre point. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. I wish to also thank ACHPR and FIDH for their interventions. I have taken note of the recommendations by ACHPR, particularly in respect of the popularization of the Commission's guidelines on Article 21 and 24 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, to ensure that states parties to the African Charter are able to provide full information in respect of the implementation of human rights in the context of extractive industries. We also take note of the points that you have brought out in relation to the attacks that human rights defenders, particularly environmental human rights defenders, face as a result of economic and other pressures that extractive industries and other companies mobilize against environmental human rights defenders and indigenous and communities. We also take note of the need that you have highlighted for the Commission to ensure that the rights and interests of local communities is protected in the context of extractive industries and their operations. And this is directly linked to the second statement by FIDH, which highlights inadequacies and gaps in the exploration and implementation of the oil in Uganda by Total, CNOOC, and the Ugandan government, and the various human rights issues that have been highlighted in the community-based report that FIDH made reference to, including health and environmental impacts and threats that the oil spill has, and of course, issues of judicial harassment. I wish to indicate that the Commission is seized with this matter, and indeed, we also take note of the proposal for an advocacy mission as well. Vice Chair, dear colleagues, honorable members of the Commission, and distinguished delegates, at this point in time, I wish to express my deep appreciation to members of the Commission for their collaboration and support in the course of this intersession period for us to carry out our responsibilities, including myself as the chairperson of the Commission, and also to the PRC and member states also for their collaboration, both in terms of our meeting in the context of the PRC meeting, but also our engagement with the Peace and Security Council of the African Union. I also wish to thank national human rights institutions and civil society organizations who have been a major source of collaboration and support during this intersession period, particularly in respect of country-specific engagements, as well as thematic engagements for the work on extractive industries, transitional justice, and human rights in conflict situations. I do call on and urge you to provide your continued support and collaboration for the special mechanism, but also for the work of the Commission in general. Thank you very much, Vice Chair, once again. I have concluded. Micro, Vice Chair.
J'étais en train de dire merci beaucoup pour vos observations conclusives. Avant qu'on ne prenne peut-être la pause avec l'autorisation des autres commissaires, on peut peut-être passer la parole rapidement ils se sont inscrits en retard, vous les avez appelés plusieurs fois. Comme ça, quand on revient à la pause, on va directement suivre l'autre point à l'ordre du jour. Il s'agit de la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme du Mali, que vous avez déjà appelé plusieurs fois. Ils viennent de se signaler auprès du secrétariat qu'ils étaient prêts à faire leur statement, peut-être avec votre autorisation, parce que vous avez la maîtrise de l'agenda. S'ils peuvent faire leur statement, comme ça, nous prenons le break avant de revenir. Est-ce qu'ils sont prêts, Étoile? Étoile?
Yes, he is indicating
Étoile,
that.
est-ce que la Commission des droits de l'homme du Mali, the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission of Mali, s'ils sont prêts, vous pouvez leur donner la parole alors, qu'ils fassent leur statement, mais dans la limite, stricte limite du temps qui est imparti aux ENDH.
Bonjour.
Oui, soyez, Monsieur Bouharé.
Oui, bon.
Vous pouvez être rapide, faire votre statement rapidement. On voit votre vidéo, vous êtes inversé.
Ah oui, justement, je suis sur la tête.
Oui, vous marchez sur la tête. Oui.
Ok, je peux commencer?
Oui, oui.
Ok, bonjour, Monsieur le Président, honorable commissaire, chers participants. Donc, je m'en vais faire rapidement une déclaration sur la situation des droits de l'homme au Mali. Comme vous le savez, nous traversons une passe difficile en ce moment dans notre pays. Les droits de l'homme sont suffisamment éprouvés du fait de la crise multidimensionnelle que notre pays traverse malheureusement depuis une dizaine d'années. Donc, ce qui se caractérise par pratiquement une violation systématique des droits de l'homme. Au niveau du droit à la vie, nous avons enregistré vraiment des atteintes graves à ces droits fondamentaux. Au moins, sur la base des statistiques des Nations Unies, 450 civils ont été tués rien qu'en 2019 dans notre pays. Donc, les régions de centre du Mali sont particulièrement touchées également par rapport à ces agressions, vraiment à ces crimes abominables. Plus de 85% des attaques meurtrières visant la population civile ont eu lieu dans la région de Mopti. Donc, le centre est également caractérisé par de graves violations et abus, avec ses lots de morts et de blessés. Nous avons enregistré 39 civils Peuls tués. Les Peuls sont une ethnie au Mali. 150 civils Peuls tués à Ougosabou, plus de 20 militaires maliens tués à Dioura, 35 civils Dogon tués à Sobanda, et évidemment 38 civils Dogon ont également été tués dans les villages de Yoru et Gangafani. Tout ça, c'est des zones du centre du Mali. C'est vous dire à quel point se situe le niveau de violation des droits de l'homme. Parallèlement aux atteintes au droit à la vie, vous remarquerez également que la pratique de l'esclavage commence à produire des effets insupportables dans une région du Mali, précisément la région de Caille. Et cette pratique de l'esclavage par ascendance se manifeste par des violences et des crimes abominables. Pas plus tard que le 1er septembre passé, nous avons enregistré la mort de 4 personnes qui ont tout simplement réclamé leur statut de noble ou qui se sont révoltés contre le statut d'esclave. Donc, pour cette simple raison, ils ont été tués et jetés dans le fleuve. Donc, les exécutions extrajudiciaires également sont monnaie courante dans notre pays, assorties de mauvais traitements et de détentions arbitraires. Donc, pour faire un lien avec la situation politique également, vous avez dû apprendre certainement la crise qui a abouti au coup d'État qui a renversé le régime de son Excellence Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta. À l'époque, nous avons eu toutes les peines du monde en tant qu'INDH à visiter les personnalités privées de leur liberté publique. Donc, cela a donné l'ouverture à une période transitoire. Donc, nous avons tout intérêt à attirer l'attention de la Commission des droits de l'homme, la Commission africaine, sur la situation du Mali, parce que c'est une période d'incertitude, la période transitoire, et nous avons besoin vraiment de l'assistance de la communauté internationale en matière de défense des droits de l'homme pour nous permettre de recadrer les choses au regard vraiment de l'obligation de protection, de respect des droits de l'homme dans notre pays. Nous y veillons, nous avons compris notre rôle de redoubler de vigilance pendant cette période cruciale, mais nous souhaiterions vraiment un appui important de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme par rapport à cette période particulière. Donc, les droits des femmes et l'égalité des genres, l'autonomisation des femmes constituent tous des sujets de préoccupation dans notre pays en ce moment. Et sans compter les droits des enfants, les droits à l'éducation naturellement. Du fait du terrorisme et dans les parties nord du Mali, les écoles sont fermées et plus des milliers d'enfants ont perdu leur droit à l'éducation du fait de la fermeture des écoles. Donc, bref, pour ne pas abuser de votre temps, je souhaiterais vraiment attirer l'attention de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et de mes pairs et de toutes les ONG du monde dont la préoccupation est la défense et la protection des droits de l'homme sur le cas du Mali en ce moment crucial de la vie de la nation malienne. Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you very much for that statement on the situation of human rights in Mali from the National Human Rights Commission of Mali. We take note of the various issues that you have highlighted in your statement in the context of the ongoing situation in Mali. I'm sure the country rapporteur had also taken note of the issues that you have highlighted. Since it's already 5 minutes past the hour, perhaps it would be a good point for us to take the break, 15 minutes break, and then we will resume thereafter. And I wish to indicate that we have already a request to take the floor by the Arab Republic of Egypt, who have been waiting for making the intervention since last week. So when we come back, we will give the floor to the representative of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and then we proceed to the panel thereafter. With your kind understanding, I wish you all happy health break for 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Hi, Advocate Siloso. Long time.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Okay, how are you?
I'm okay.
Happy to see you.
Happy to see you too. Okay.
Yes.
We'll stay in touch during the panel discussion.
No problem.
Okay. And your last name, how do you correctly spell it?
Tipanyani.
Okay.
Just say tip, like Tipanyani.
Right.
Tipanyani.
All right. Okay. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. May I call the meeting to order, colleagues and delegates? Before we move quickly to the next agenda item, which is a panel discussion on the role of national human rights institutions, as I have indicated before we went for a health break, we have been waiting for receiving the statement of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and they have been on standby. So I would like to give the floor to Ambassador Weiss, if you are here with us.
Sorry, Commissioner Desto, I believe they may still be trying to connect.
Yeah, colleagues, sincere apologies, and I really beg for your kind indulgence, Commissioner King, as well as members of the panel. Okay, if we do not as yet have Ambassador Wael Atia, may I request that we proceed with the panel, and perhaps Madam Acting Secretary of the Commission, if you could liaise with Ambassador Atia, please, because we have a time slated for this agenda item number 4 on human rights situation after the panel. Thank you very much. I would now hand over the this to Commissioner King, who would be leading us through this panel. Thank you very much, Commissioner King. You have the floor, please. Your mic, Commissioner King.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for giving me the floor. I'm just making sure I see one of my panelists, Advocate Sileso Tipanye. Oh, that's good. Well, I'm taking the floor for the first time, so I just want to say, esteemed state delegates, distinguished representatives of NHRIs and CSOs, Honorable Chair and Vice Chair, Honorable Commissioners, our dear panelists, members of the Secretariat, our dear interpreters, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and good evening to all of you. Today's panel is on the role of national human rights institutions in the work of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. As you all know, national human rights institutions are statutory bodies established by governments charged with the responsibility of promoting and protecting human rights institutions, charged with the responsibility of promoting human rights in their respective countries. Article 45, 1A and C of the African Charter mandates the Commission to, and I quote, cooperate with other African and international institutions concerned with the promotion and protection of human and people's rights. The Commission initially formalized its relationship with NHRIs through Resolution 31 of 1998, adopted during the 24th Ordinary Session, which was held in October 1998. In this resolution, the Commission noted that national institutions are an essential partner in the implementation of the Charter at national level, and noted the significant participation of African national human rights institutions in their deliberations, in the deliberations of the commissions, and noted the registration by NHRIs to be granted a status with the Commission. Accordingly, in the 27th Ordinary Session held in May 2000, the Commission granted affiliate status to the first 3 NHRIs, and these 3 were Algeria, Malawi, and Rwanda. During its 60th Ordinary Session held in May 2017, in view of the emergence of other specialized human rights institutions in Africa, such as the Gender Commission and Equality Commissions, the Commission adopted Resolution 370 on the granting of affiliate status to national human rights institutions and specialized human rights institutions in Africa, which extended the relationship of affiliate status to specialized human rights institutions. Accordingly, during the 62nd Ordinary Session held in May 2018, Commission granted affiliate status to the first specialized human rights institution, that is the Commission for Gender Equality of the Republic of South Africa. As stipulated in Resolution 370 of 2017, national human rights institutions and other specialized human rights institutions granted affiliate status have the following rights and responsibilities. They have a right to invitation to the session of the Commission, a right to representation in public sessions of the Commission, a right to participate without voting rights in deliberations on issues which are of interest to them, and to submit proposals which may be put to the vote at the request of any member of the Commission. They have the responsibility of submitting reports of its activities to the Commission every 2 years, and the responsibility of assisting the Commission in promoting and protecting human rights at the national level. To date, the total number of national human rights and specialized institutions with affiliate status with the Commission is 30. And this number includes the new NHRI, which was granted affiliate status during this session, which is the NHRI of Capo Verde. However, the level of involvement of national institutions in the work of the Commission remains marginal. For example, during the 66th Ordinary Session, 6 NHRIs gave statements on the human rights situation in Africa, whereas as reported during this session, the Commission did not receive any activity reports from NHRIs with affiliate status as required of them. So what is the problem? The problem is, how can the Commission and NHRIs increase their level of cooperation? The objective of this panel is that this panel will give us an opportunity to brainstorm on how to increase cooperation with national human rights institutions and the Commission in order to fulfill their common mandate of promoting and protecting human rights in Africa. For today's panel, I have 2 distinguished panelists who will discuss this issue. Firstly, I have Mr. Gilbert Sebihogo, the Executive Director of the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, who will deliberate on the role of NHRIs in the work of the African Commission and why this cooperation needs to be enhanced. Mr. Sebi Ogo, we all know. He's well known in the human rights circle, both nationally and internationally. I have known him since 2007, as I was part of the very first meeting of NANRI, and that meeting took place in Rwanda. Then I was the chair of the National Human Rights Institution in Sierra Leone, and Commissioner Kaitesi was the chair of the National Human Rights Institution in Rwanda. Since then, Mr. Sebihogo has been selfless in his efforts towards strengthening and networking national human rights institutions across the continent. My second panelist is also very distinguished, and I know him. He's Advocate Siliso Tipanye. Please forgive me if I got the pronunciation wrong. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the South African Human Rights Commission, and he will speak to us about the perspectives on how to improve the role of national human rights institution from an NHRI with an affiliate status. I know that the South African Human Rights Commission is one of the oldest NHRIs on the continent. And I remember in 2007, the Sierra Leone Human Rights Commission, the NHRI in Sierra Leone, went on a study tour to the South African Human Rights Institution. That was when I knew Advocate Sileso. Now, with these few remarks, I have the greatest pleasure to invite Mr. Gilbert Sebihogo to make his presentation, and he has 15 minutes, after which the Advocate Sileso would make his presentation. And then we'll have a very active discussion, and I'd really like to encourage state parties, NHRI's representatives, CSOs, as well as commissioners to come into this discussion to see how we can have a better cooperation between NHRIs and the Commission. Mr. Sebihogo, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Honorable Jamisina King. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates from National Human Rights Institutions, delegates from NGOs, good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to make this presentation on the role of NHRIs in the work of the African Commission. My presentation will be structured this way. It's an introduction of the two institutions, the relationship between the two institutions with regard to their mandates, what is the current status of the relationship between the African Commission and the NHRIs, and how they contribute to the work of the African Commission, the challenges that face this collaboration, and then the way forward. So without delay, I will say that NHRIs are state bodies with a constitutional or legislative mandate to protect and promote human rights. They are actually part of state apparatus and funded by the states. When these institutions are compliant with the party's principles, which provide the guidelines for the establishment, operations, and effectiveness, they actually the cornerstone of the protection mandate of human rights in the country. In the African context, the African system for human rights, which is mainly formed by the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, has established its own body, which is the African Commission. And on Article 26, it is also encouraged the establishment of national human rights institutions by the government, providing that state shall, among other things, allow the establishment and improvement of appropriate national institutions entrusted with the promotion and protection of human rights and freedom. Furthermore, Article 45 of the African Charter mandates the African Commission in carrying out its functions, to encourage local and national institutions concerned with human rights, human and people's rights, and to cooperate with other African institutions concerned with the promotion and protection of human rights. So basically, the two provisions form the basis of the collaboration between the African Commission and national human rights institutions. Before we proceed to the specifics, it is important to note that the broad mandate of national institutions under the Paris Principles, one, is similar to the broad mandate of the African Commission, save that the territorial scopes of the application vary. Principle one, of course, vests national institutions with the broad mandate for the promotion and protection of human rights, while Article 45 of the African Charter also provides that the African Commission has the mandate for the promotion and protection of human rights, as well as, of course, interpretation of the Charter. With regard to the two, of course, when they carry out their promotion mandate, they conduct visits, they do through education, outreach media, publications, trainings, as well as seminars. The two, actually, the activities apply to the two institutions. The mandate of the African Commission and one of the NHRIs are similar. The African Commission cannot fulfill its mandate at national level without developing cooperation with national human rights institutions, including, of course, the NHRIs. Now, what is the current status of the relationship between African NHRIs and the African Commission, and how NHRIs contribute to the work of the African Commission? The relationship between the NHRIs and other human rights bodies in Africa is important because it has the potential to ensure the more effective protection of human rights on the continent. You can say that the current cooperation between the African Commission and NHRIs, it's not that strong, considering the will of the two institutions. Of course, there is not a lack of will, as you can see, when we organize activities. Actually, our NHRIs are very happy to receive the participation of the African Commission. But of course, when the African Commission organizes the activities, there is a gap. There is a gap, and this is what we need to explore and discuss. Despite the affiliate status, as you pointed out, Madam Commissioner King, of 1998, which was amended in 2017 and adopted in Niamey to include specialized institutions, there is a gap. There is a gap, and I don't think that the two institutions have really explored the affiliate status, as we pointed out. Currently, we have 30 institutions, with Cape Verde, the last one to join the affiliate status. I will not talk about the rights and responsibilities because we have highlighted them very well. But when we talk about the right, of course, the African Commission accord those rights to the NHRIs, but in return, and it's very sad to know that NHRIs don't respond positively, at least not of them, not all of them. Only few NHRIs with or without affiliate status contribute to the work of the African Commission in the following manner. One, participating in the Commission's ordinary sessions. Since the establishment of the African Commission has tried to really make its sessions very effective in getting partners participating. And these are, of course, we can talk about NGOs, which have developed a very strong relationship with the African Commission through the NGO Forum. We are happy to know that even NHRIs have launched the first forum during the current session. Under the rule of procedure, of course, the African Commission can invite any institution to contribute to its work. And consequently, in practice, NHRIs have actually had representation at the Commission public session and can also make statements on all items that are opened for contribution at the public session, as you know, including, of course, regular items on relationship between the African Commission and NHRIs and NGOs. Another way that NHRIs have been contributing, it's actually by preparing and submitting their activity reports as one of the responsibility of NHRIs. But you can see yourself that for some reasons, most of NHRI's affiliates to the African Commission have not contributed. I mean, by submitting reports, which of course would have helped the Commission to understand what is happening in the country and how the Charter is also implemented. Of course, the Paris Principles, Principle 3, said that NHRIs may submit reports on any matters concerning the promotion and protection of human rights to any competent body, either on an advisory basis or at the request of the body concerned. And actually, the African Commission is one of these bodies the Paris Principles are referring to. The second area is the submission of individual communications. With regard to the promotion mandates, NHRIs are better positions than the Commission to be informed about the threatened human rights situation in the individual countries. NHRIs should engage the emergency mechanism of the African Commission so as to neutralize this kind of threat to human rights. Under the Paris Principles, as you know, NHRIs can receive complaints, can also get information and make investigation, where NHRIs have the quasi-judicial competence under the Paris Principles. They can also entertain complaints. They can also, some of them also sit in a tribunal and issue recommendations and even binding decisions. We have the case of Nigerian Commission, whose decisions are the equivalent to the decision of the High Court. So NHRIs are well placed to also entertain, to utilize the communication procedures of the African Commission under Article 47 and 55 of the African Charter. But NHRIs don't use this opportunity. Of course, if you look at the African Charter, nor the rule of procedures, they don't provide for NHRIs to bring cases to African Commission. But according to information sheet note number 2, anybody either on his or her own behalf or on behalf of someone else can submit a communication specifically mentioned here: ordinary citizens, a group of individuals, NGOs, and state parties. Of course, NHRIs can assist individuals in submitting complaints by providing legal aid. They can also come to the Commission as amicus curiae, providing information. And again, from the record of the African Commission, in its 9th annual activity report, it said very well that one day, the Commission of Human Rights and Freedom of Chad has assisted individuals in submitting complaints. Communication. NHRIs can use this opportunity to also do the same. And even if the rule of procedures and not the Charter do not provide this, NHRIs can provoke the jurisprudence of the African Commission. And I think that the African Commission has adopted a a very progressive, approach to include also NHRIs. The other aspect is state reporting under Article 62 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which enjoins states to submit their reports, periodic reports on how the African Charter is implemented in the countries. Of course, the state reports has 3 steps. There is preparation of the reports in the relevant country. There is examination of the report at the ordinary session of the Commission, as well as the follow-up to the examination based on concluding observations and recommendations by the African Commission. The preparation of the report is normally the responsibility of the states, but since it's meant to be a participatory process where various actors are involved, NHRIs are also part of the process. NHRIs are expected to be an integral part of the report-making process and must therefore take a proactive approach to this responsibility. Of course, we know that some states are not, don't have the political will to involve NHRIs, especially those NHRIs which question the way the African Charter has been implemented in the country. But again and again, as per the practice of the African Commission, when they're examining set reports, they don't also, the Commission does not also give the floor to NHRIs to make the contribution, nor to NGOs. But NHRIs can see the opportunity, since they know the situation in the country, to at least make the list of the questions that the commissioners can ask to the state delegate. There is also the assistance with missions, be it promotional mission or fact-finding missions. NHRIs have also a role to play. They can, of course, organize the mission by, of course, preparing the missions and the national actors. They can organize the stakeholders that the Commission need to meet when they come on mission. They can provide details of the state, governmental officials that the Commission can meet, provide us information on the context in which they operate, and any other assistance the Commission might require. But again, we don't understand why, of course, commissioners contact NHRIs, but the level of interaction in that aspect is still low. What are the challenges now? And why this state of affairs? On our view, we think that the affiliate status need to be really explored and explained in detail. I don't think NHRIs, they do understand the scope and content of the affiliate status. That is our view. I don't know on the part of commissioners. I cannot assume that all the commissioners understand this also. While the affiliates for us might mean more strong relationship as opposed to observer status, which is like, okay, we can observe what the African Commission is doing, but affiliates means actually we are together in this journey. Whatever happened to the African Commission in terms of consequences of the work they are doing should also happen to NHRIs. But this is not what is happening. I mean, what is done, because you can see that as opposed to.
You have 5 minutes more to conclude.
Yes, I will have concluded, Madam. as opposed to NGOs which have observer status, but have utilized this to come up with a very strong relationship and contribute meaningfully and actively to the work of the African Commission. NHRIs are still hesitating to do this. We are thinking about how to explain the affiliate status to NHRIs, to actually to repackage, to unpack, the resolution and have NHRIs understand. The other issue could be the low level participation of NHRIs in public sessions. Very few NHRIs participate. They should actually look at this and understand why. The low number of credible and independent NHRIs. I think the African Commission also has a role to play here so that they can increase the number of credible independent NHRIs. Maybe we can discuss this later and how we can strategize on this. What now is the way forward? When you look at the African Commission, the way they operate, you really recognize the important role NHRIs can play in the work of African Commission. And one of the aspects which was actually proposed was the establishment of an NHRI forum. And I'm very grateful that the Commission, African Commission, through the chairperson, Honorable Deso, has assisted to launch this very first NHRI forum. And we hope that this will contribute really to the work of the African Commission. The other things we can suggest is to have regular or annual joint activities where we discuss a thematic issue of concern in Africa and get the contribution of NHRIs. Of course, I talked about the clarifying the affiliate status. The African Commission should also contribute to strengthen NHRIs so that we can have strong affiliates. When you have strong affiliates at national level, you are likely to fulfill your mandates in a very effective way. But if you have very weak affiliates, it's difficult because you are not on the ground. Meaning that you should, when you are according to affiliate status, you have to take this into account, strengthening NHRIs, their legal framework as well as operation framework. NHRIs must increase their participation level at the African Commission, as well as sharing regular information as provided by the rules of procedure as amended recently. Madam Chairperson, I thank you, and I'm ready to respond to any question of clarification. Thank you very much. And
thank you very much, Gilbert. Thank you for that rich expose on the role of NHRIs in the work of the Commission and why we should enhance this cooperation. I would want to save time without summarizing your presentation. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Advocate Siliso Tipanye, the Executive Director or Chief Executive Officer of the South African Human Rights Commission, who would now talk to us about the role, who would now talk to us about how NHRIs can contribute. And for those joining us, this is the panel on the role of NHRIs in the work of the Commission. Advocate Siloso, you have the floor, please. 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner King, and regards to all other commissioners and friends of the struggle for human rights in Africa. and of course, my dear colleague Gilbert. It's a pleasure, definitely, on our side as the South African Human Rights Commission to be part of this very important event and discussion. And I want to say, I think Gilbert has already laid a very impressive groundwork as far as the issues are concerned. So I'll just pick up from there and say, I think it's very clear that there is a need for a paradigm shift in this relationship between the African Commission and us as a national human rights institutions, and of course also in our network led by Gilbert. Why I'm saying this is that it's very clear in terms of our enabling statutes that the African Commission has an obligation to work with national human rights institutions to support them and strengthen them because of their vital importance as far as advancement of human rights in the African continent as well as elsewhere. But also then on the part of national human rights institutions themselves, there's also an obligation in terms of the Paris Principle to support international and regional mechanisms. Hence, for example, our role at the UN is very clear. Many of us who have A status have speaking rights at the UN Human Rights Council on all agenda items. We appear in treaty bodies and all sorts of things which Gilbert has outlined. But now, what is then the challenge? And I think this is a point Gilbert was saying, that we cannot be treated like NGOs or other players in this field. We are supposed to be partners. And therefore, we need to basically revisit what does this partnership mean? Because clearly there is no way human rights in Africa would advance without almost a near perfect relationship. I mean, we as national human rights institutions were basically a bridge between the work of the African Commission and what happens in our various national states. But secondly, because of our relationship with the UN systems, we're also that bridge again. And therefore, the success of the African Commission depends on the critical role which is being played by national human rights institutions. And I'm not being arrogant. We are 25 years old now in South Africa, and it's very clear. And therefore, when we look at the status of human rights in Africa, it's very clear that more than ever before, we do need to have a very strong relationship. So for us coming to Gambia once a year or going to events is not enough. There has to be a partnership. So I want to propose a few things. Some of them, of course, have been raised elsewhere. One is that I think the African Commission itself should have a unit or a focus on NHRs to continuously explore how do we maximize this relationship with national human rights institutions in the African continent in order to advance our work. But I think for quite a long time, we have been treated like, we just orphans. We just come in once. We're not partners, husband and wife, boyfriend and girlfriend. That is really where the relationship should be, because without each other, there is no family. So I think this is something which the African Commission really has to explore. How do we do this? Because in any case, the African Charter is very clear. You have to support the establishment, you have to strengthen this national human rights institution. So exactly what are you doing? Other than inviting us to Gambia once in a while. What are the programs? How do you support us? How do you strengthen us? How do you protect us from rogue government officials or from rogue governments who are there from time to time? So on that side, I think the African Commission really has to have deeper reflections on this. Now coming to ourselves as national human rights institutions, we also have this obligation. But as Gilbert says, it's quite limping. Why is it limping? Well, one could say maybe it's because we ourselves, have not really fully appreciated the nature of this relationship. And therefore, I would also want to say to us as national human rights institutions, we need to appreciate that what happens anywhere in Africa, as far as human rights are concerned, affects all of us. whether in South Africa or Nigeria. And therefore, we need to get more involved in Pan-African context of human rights. How do we work together as various national human rights institutions to advance human rights in the continent? And therefore, once there's that appreciation, it means we ourselves also will be able, in our plans, in the allocation of our resources, to commit certain resources to this project, and not just to come to Gambia once in a while, and that's it. So, and my own organization is also quite guilty of that. When I look at our plans, exactly how much resources, other than coming to Gambia, ethics and hotels, are we allocating to advancing the work of human rights in Africa? So if you look at my own act, which establishes the Human Rights Commission, it says we must monitor how our own governments implement international human rights instruments, including the regional ones. And many of us in this event today, our governments are very poor when it comes to reporting to the African Commission. They delay, they don't support properly. What are we doing ourselves? So we also need to have this paradigm shift, even as national human rights institutions, to realize that, you know, we are all in this together. And that's why I'm saying that we do need to really explore this relationship and make sure it really works. And therefore, I'm also challenging my own colleagues in national human rights institutions to appreciate that we cannot work in isolation and only meet in Gambia. The advancement of human rights in Africa is an obligation for all of us as national human rights institutions, because in terms of the Paris principles, we also have to look at what's happening at the regional level. And some of us actually have that mandate in our own national legislation to monitor what happens in Africa. And how well do we do it? And to what extent do we also challenge our own governments for failing to support the African Commission or failing to report? But also, do we, Gilbert was saying that, you know, it's been a long time since many national human rights institutions even submitted their activity reports to the African Commission. I was checking my own organization. I was quite embarrassed to be told that actually the last report was in 2016. So I also need to have this discussion in my own organization, but colleagues, to what extent are we supporting the African Commission and Gilbert? Do we even appreciate that we cannot live in isolation and only focus on what happens in South Africa? So exactly what extent are we doing to contribute? So I'm saying then we really need to sit down on both sides to basically relook at this relationship. And therefore, without being very radical, to simply refer to us as affiliates coming once or twice, it means you don't value the relationship. So maybe we also don't feel very valued ourselves. So we'll give very little of our resources to you because we are not number one in your hearts, you know. So we do need to address this, colleagues. And I think that's the only way in which we could make progress with 25 years reflection. I've been many times to Gambia, and it's nice, but you know, to what extent are we actually stretched as national human rights institutions to support the work in Africa? And I think that's really the issue, that we need to understand that first and foremost, we're Africans, and first and foremost, the advancement of human rights in Africa is very important. It is more than what we're doing in our own countries. And maybe that's why we're in this mess now, because we tend to focus more on our countries and not the Pan-African project, which is also an African Commission itself. So even members of the African Commission themselves, if they were to appreciate the value and the treasure they have in national human rights institutions, then I think we'll take each other much more seriously and definitely will make advances. So with those few words, I hope I've managed to stay some discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Silisu. I think your contribution, as well as Gilbert's contribution, is very thought-provoking. It's very thought-provoking. And I think you have set the stage for us to have what we call frank talk, because you're one of the issues is that, what does affiliate status mean? And you are saying it should not mean like it should mean more akin to like a relationship, a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, a husband-wife relationship, where the bond is strengthened. And you have highlighted, both of you have highlighted the need for addressing the gaps in the relationship, you know. I want to open the floor for discussions. But before I open the floor for discussions, I would like to remind us some of what both of you, very experienced in the work of promoting and protecting human rights in Africa and in networking with the Commission, some of what you have raised. Gilbert drew out the similarities in the mandate between the NHRIs and the Commission, save for the territorial jurisdiction in terms of addressing human rights, the quasi-judicial functions, the assisting complaints, addressing complaint violations, and all of that. And he also highlighted the contributions that NHRIs have made, besides attending sessions, but also assisting complainants in filing complaints before the Commission, assisting in the preparation of state reports, you know, and even monitoring the implementation of concluding observations and promotion mission recommendations, and organizing missions when the Commission conducts promotion missions. And Gilbert has also addressed some of the challenges. Is it that NHRIs do not understand the scope and content of this affiliate status, which Seliso has also highlighted, but that we are all together in this journey to promote and protect human rights, and that we need to unpack, us as the Commission and on the part of NHRIs, what is this relationship? What does this resolution and the responsibility of affiliate status mean? And that the joint, the forum, the NHRI forum along the margin of the session, which was launched by the chair this session, is a big opportunity to strengthen the cooperation between NHRI and the Commission. And I think just as we see the NGO forum galvanizing all the civil society organizations and bringing them together and getting them to even propose, sometimes propose resolutions and taking part in the Commission's deliberations, I believe that, and I hope that this forum will do the same. And Seliso has also raised the issue of when we work together, we are able to achieve better as Pan-Africanists, and that NHRIs themselves should also look at how can they allocate resources to participate and support the work of the Commission. I can wish we were able to see the strategic plan of NHRIs to see whether the Commission is listed in cooperation with the Commission, because I must say, we are all, some of us have been part of NHRIs. We always have resources to go to Geneva. That's one of the questions I always ask myself, but to come to the Commission, it is difficult. But as you said, I agree with you, Seliso, it has to go beyond participation or attending sessions, but the activity reports in supporting the Commission in various ways. So I want to open the floor now. I hope we would continue this frank discussion among commissioners, among state parties who have established NHRIs, and among civil society organizations who also work very closely with NHRIs and the Commission. So the floor is open. I need to know those who have indicated. Can I see an indication of those who would want to take the floor? Yes, I see Commissioner Manuela Teresa. You have the floor.
Obrigada, senhora presidente da sessão. Como é a primeira vez que tomo a palavra, devo dirigir-me ao senhor presidente, ao senhor vice-presidente. Muito boa tarde. Aos representantes dos estados parte, aos representantes das instituições nacionais de direitos humanos, representantes das ONGs, ilustres integrantes do secretariado e ilustres intérpretes que fazem possível esta comunicação. Devo parabenizar, não sei se me estão a ouvir, devo continuar. A interpretação está bem? Ok. Devo parabenizar os organizadores do painel, mais concretamente a senhora comissária King, ao senhor Sibiogo e ao senhor representante da Comissão Nacional de Direitos Humanos da África do Sul pela exposição que fizeram, que nos transportou para uma relação que devia ser mais frutífera, mas infelizmente não é tal como nós esperávamos. É interessante este tema porque permite uma reflexão sobre os benefícios que podem existir de uma relação estreita entre as instituições nacionais de direitos humanos e a Comissão. Devo dizer que quero realçar uma disparidade que se verifica a nível da Comissão Africana entre os filiados que são de instituições nacionais de direitos humanos, que neste momento são 31, para o número de ONGs registrados no mesmo período da existência da Comissão Africana. E então a pergunta que não se cala é a seguinte: qual tem sido o problema dos nossos Estados africanos para estabelecer comissões nacionais de direitos humanos? Porque este não é, de certeza, um problema da Comissão Africana. As instituições têm que ser estabelecidas a nível do país, com a legislação do país, tendo em atenção os princípios de Paris. O que é que falta para que se possam estabelecer mais instituições nacionais de direitos humanos? Eu sei que há muitos representantes dos Estados neste painel que estão a ouvir. Se algum puder responder, eu agradeceria, porque isto não é problema da Comissão. A outra questão é que os Estados podem ter problema com o tipo de instituição a estabelecer, mas há vários modelos, desde que tenha-se sempre respeito aos princípios de Paris, às competências e outras questões que as regras básicas colocam para que se possam estabelecer instituições nacionais de direitos humanos. Porque elas constituem realmente o ponto de equilíbrio entre o Estado e a sociedade civil para abordar as questões de direitos humanos sem preconceitos, nem o ius imperium do Estado. Penso que seria uma mais-valia que houvesse instituições nacionais de direitos humanos. Aqui a outra pergunta é: qual será o papel da rede de instituições nacionais de direitos humanos que o senhor Gilbert preside para promover que Estados onde ainda não haja instituições nacionais de direitos humanos deem o passo seguinte? Não haverá nada ali que a rede possa fazer. A senhora comissária King, na sua introdução, falou de, para além das instituições nacionais de direitos humanos, instituições especializadas, que também, nos termos do artigo 45, a Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos pode perfeitamente ter esta relação com instituições especializadas. A minha pergunta é: será que uma ordem de advogados seria uma instituição especializada para obter estatuto de filiado? Um centro de direitos humanos seria considerada uma instituição especializada? Gostaria de ver aclarada esse conceito de instituições especializadas. Por último, como é que pode ser melhorada? Várias sugestões já foram feitas para melhorar a relação entre a Comissão e as instituições nacionais de direitos humanos. Eu penso que uma das primeiras questões que poderia ser vista, para além das que foram sugeridas, é que haja apresentação de relatórios e que essa apresentação de relatórios fosse também um ato na sessão pública, para permitir que, para além da Comissão Africana, os Estados e as ONGs, todos aqueles que participam das sessões públicas, possam perceber o que é que efetivamente as instituições nacionais de direitos humanos fazem no seu respectivo território. Também deve haver, como disse bem o senhor advogado, deve haver um contacto mais frequente, porque aguardar só pelas sessões para poder fazer pronunciamentos, não acho que seja um bom mecanismo de trabalho. Penso que as instituições nacionais de direitos humanos devem contactar frequentemente a comissão e a comissão contactar frequentemente a instituição. Mas para isso precisamos de um ponto focal. Nem que seja por razões de mecanismos, mas precisamos de um ponto focal. Outra questão que pode ser vista é o acompanhamento por parte das instituições nacionais de direitos humanos das decisões da comissão. Nós temos grandes problemas com a implementação das decisões da comissão nos países, mas há países que têm, pelo menos há 31 comissões nacionais que poderiam perfeitamente acompanhar e trazer o feedback para a comissão. Também uma questão, e como última proposta, por exemplo, a Comissão Africana ter como um ponto de cruzamento de informação que é recolhida por via das redes sociais as instituições nacionais de direitos humanos. Há informação nas redes sociais que a gente pode checar e ver, mas um cruzamento de informação com uma instituição nacional de direitos humanos seria profícuo antes da comissão se pronunciar. Será que isto tem ocorrido? Penso que não. Então, eu penso que deve sim incentivar-se essa relação entre a Comissão e a Rede Nacional de Instituições de Direitos Humanos e instituições de direitos humanos diretamente para permitir que o trabalho seja mais equilibrado, até porque é nossa responsabilidade tratarmos as questões de direitos humanos a nível de África. Obrigada. Micro.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Manuela. Thank you, obrigada, Commissioner Manuela. I don't know if there's any other commissioner who would like to take the floor before opening the floor to NHRIs, to state parties, NHRIs, and CSOs. Is there any other commissioner who would like the floor? If not, Etwell, can you help me with, is there any state party who would like to take the floor, any NHRI, any CSO who would like to take the floor as well? There's none. There's one. Can that person take the floor, please? Thank you. And you introduce yourself as you take the floor. As well, who is that person? Yes. Yes, you have the floor. Please introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Oui, je peux parler? Je peux parler?
Yeah, please proceed. Please proceed.
Ok, merci. D'abord, je tiens à...
Kindly introduce yourself before proceeding. Thank you.
Oui, président de la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme de la République démocratique du Congo, RDC. Vous m'entendez? D'accord. D'abord, je tiens à remercier les panélistes pour ce thème qui est vraiment important. Comme vous le savez, le rôle des INDH joue l'intermédiaire entre l'État et la société civile, mais néanmoins aussi avec l'institution régionale qui est la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple, dans le cadre de mise en œuvre de ces décisions. Et d'ailleurs, la semaine prochaine, nous allons publier l'état de mise en œuvre des décisions de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple en RDC. Et ce rapport que nous allons publier, vous allez voir qu'il y a un problème de fonctionnement au niveau de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple. Je prends l'exemple de la RDC. C'est depuis 2015-2016 qu'on avait demandé notre situation comme nouvelle institution, savoir si on était affilié à la commission. Et nous n'avons pas eu même des réponses. Ni était notre interface, donc le secrétariat exécutif représenté par notre directeur exécutif, M. Gilbert, sinon on n'allait pas connaître notre situation. Et cette situation a été décantée à partir de son lobbying pour que nous soyons fixés. Moi, je pense que le problème, c'est la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme qui doit activer son fonctionnement et mettre une administration rapide dans la collaboration et surtout acquiser nos réceptions, acquiser les réceptions de nos lettres. Parce que quand nous écrivons à la commission, c'est rare d'avoir la réponse dans une année. Ce n'est pas normal. Je parle sous le contrôle de M. Gilbert. Dernièrement, là, en 2018, j'étais en Gambie. On a fait tout pour savoir qu'est-ce qui se passe. Qu'est-ce qui se passe jusque-là. Et il y a moyen d'actualiser même la liste des INDH qui sont affiliés. Même ça, c'était difficile. Alors, comment vous allez savoir que tel ONG ou tel INDH vous accompagne, même dans la mise en œuvre dans son pays? Je pense que ce sont de tels éléments. Il faut que l'administration de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme soit à jour chaque fois pour examiner aussi même nos rapports. Parce que moi, je me souviens, on a déjà envoyé des rapports. Jusque-là, pas d'accusé de réception. Donc, moi, je pense qu'il faut peut-être organiser un forum, Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et les INDH, pour mettre au point les points les faiblesses qu'on constate dans le fonctionnement. Et à ce moment-là, nous pouvons harmoniser et avoir des bases de départ. Mais sinon, si nous continuons comme ça, on aura toujours à se lamenter et à se condamner mutuellement, alors qu'il y a un temps qu'il faut organiser le fonctionnement et les relations entre les INDH et la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple. À ce moment-là, vous verrez qu'il y ait un compromis. Si aujourd'hui on dit que les INDH sont beaucoup plus à Genève qu'à Gambie, c'est parce que Genève a mis un mécanisme de réponse, je dirais même automatique. Lorsque vous envoyez un projet de rapports alternatifs, à la minute, vous êtes même programmé et vous facilitez même la tâche, même si vous n'allez pas vous présenter, vous facilitez la tâche d'envoyer même votre vidéo pour que vous passiez. Ils ont besoin d'écouter les rapports alternatifs d'une INDH. Ces soucis-là doivent animer aussi la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme à travers son administration, enregistrer tout. Vous avez vu, moi je vous dis même dernièrement, je suis passé pour présenter la situation des droits de l'homme en République démocratique du Congo. C'est parce qu'il y a eu l'effort de M. Gilbert qui a contacté, qui a fait tout pour qu'on m'aligne. Alors si je n'étais pas aligné, comment prochainement je peux avoir le courage d'intervenir? C'est ça le problème. Donc, il faut qu'il y ait harmonisation. Il faut qu'il y ait harmonisation entre les INDH et la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme pour voir comment aller de l'avant. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. The chair of the NHRI of DRC. Thank you very much, Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you very much. I don't know if we have another NHRI representative. Okay, there's one. Etwell, can that person take the floor, please? Who is that person, please?
That would be Malawi, I believe.
Malawi.
Yes.
You have the floor. Please.
Okay, thank you so much. Minister of Justice Malawi, thank you for this panel, very engaging. For our part, we have the Malawi Human Rights Commission, which has been a very good partner as far as human rights is concerned. Specifically, when it comes to state party reporting, the Human Rights Commission is always part of the process. And the Commission is also part of the process in terms of our defenses of our reports, both in the Gambia or in Geneva. We recently had our UPR process in Geneva, and the Commission was also part of the team. Now, I would like to share the concerns which have been raised about the limited participation in terms of maybe submission of activity reports. This is something which we, as a state party, we have raised it with our commission to say that we would be pleased if the commission submitted more activity reports because we take the commission as a good source of information even for ourselves. So that is really a concern even for our commission, and would maybe suggest that for improved communication, just as the commission has done with state parties to have focal points, maybe that same route could be used to have focal points with the commission, so that there should be clearer and more acceptable ways of communication between the commission and the different NHRIs in various countries. Otherwise, we find the NHRI as a good partner, although we are not expected to agree on everything, but I think they are there as an oversight institution for us, as well as a source of human rights information. But we share the concern which has been raised previously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, representative from Malawi, state representative from Malawi. Thank you very much for that intervention. And I think throughout this discussion, the need for focal points, the need for a unit within the commission has come out very strongly. And we need to look at that very keenly from the commission's perspective. Etwell, do we have any more to take the floor? I don't know whether any commissioner would like to take the floor. If we don't have any more persons intervening, I would want to hand over to our panelists for them to answer some of the issues that have been raised. Clearly, Commissioner Manuela's view is that states do also have to address the challenges in terms of the establishment of NHRIs, in terms of having effective NHRIs. And she asked about specialized institutions. Who are specialized institutions, you know, and the need for us to work together. And the chairperson of DRC Congo has narrated the experience he had with the commission, sending correspondence and not having, not receiving response, not knowing what their status is. I think these are all issues that we need to look at. And the state representative of Malawi has given us a very good report about the relationship between the state and the NHRI, and he has buttressed the need for their NHRI to be more engaged with the commission, to submit activity reports to the commission. And I think that is what we expect of all state parties, to ensure that not only they establish strong human rights institutions, but that they also facilitate cooperation between those national institutions and our commission. So I would like to give the floor firstly to Gilbert to respond to some of the issues raised and to buttress your way forward, as well as to give your closing remarks. Gilbert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Honorable Jamsina King. I think it's clear that both of us, I mean NHRIs and African Commission, are willing to work together. That proverb said that if you want to go, is it faster, go alone? But if to go far, let us go together. I really concur with Commissioner Emanuela when she said that the states have a role to play. It is true. It's difficult to understand why some states would want to establish institutions and keep them ineffective. This has happened. Even your own country, Madam Emanuela, we have been fighting with the government of Angola to come up with national institutions since 2007. Until now, the process is still on. You understand? Because they feel that it's not necessary. They do have an ombudsman office. I don't know. So the same thing with other countries. We could also ask Honorable Ndiamegai, what happened to the Comité Sénégalais des Droits de l'Homme? I remember we did advocacy, we did all the kind of missions, including the mission conducted by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights in Geneva. Of course, maybe he can, that is homework. He can go back and try to understand what happened. But I'm sure that when he will be aware of the reason why his own institution has been killed, he will be shocked. Maybe we can engage with him on an individual basis, bilaterally. So I think states have the role to play to strengthen the institutions, because after all, that is the primary responsibility in terms of human rights lie to the states. And when you have a strong national institution, which gives you good advice, which gives you good recommendations on how to improve the lives of your citizens, actually, you are lucky, instead of having them weak. So the African Commission, same thing. I think that we both have the role to play. The same way, it will not be understandable to have a strong commissioner in the African Commission, while at home you have a weak institution which cannot even relay the work of the African Commission at national level. So I think we have to go together, I mean, in this journey towards strengthening the institutions. And once we have a strong institution at the national level, you are likely, as the African Commission, to really fulfill your mandates in a very effective way. The focal point within the African Commission, that is a very good recommendation, as pointed out by the chairperson of the NHRI of DRC. I think there is a problem because, and this could be basically the lack of capacity on both sides. I know that you being part-time commissioners, there are things you cannot do between the sessions, or you can do a lot, but some other details will escape you. And we really need to see how you can strengthen that part. On our part also, as NHRIs, I think we should not be blaming each other. Of course, you will say that you don't have the means to go to Banjul. Now there is no excuse. We are doing things online, but it's still difficult to get NHRIs in making their statements. The Secretariat, even the Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission has been calling NHRIs who has registered, but they are not there. We are chatting with them on a regular basis to get them ready, but it's difficult, still difficult. But we have to work on that and value the work of the African Commission. Many NHRIs, they look funding towards participating in meetings in Geneva, in New York, and they go even to fundraise. Not their money from their own government. They go to UNDP to look for money, European Union, they give them money, they go. But never, I never saw them fundraising or going to Banjul. That is a gap, and they have to value the work of our mechanism. Nobody can promote the work of the African Commission if it's not ourselves. I think I will stop there, but again, to assure you of our commitment, not only with the African Commission, but of also running across Africa to get NHRIs at least relevant and capable for the betterment of their citizens. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Gilbert. Thank you. Advocate Siliso, you have the floor for any concluding remarks.
Thank you, Chairperson, and all honorable participants. Yes, I think for me, clearly, this has raised a need for us as a national human rights institutions to reflect much more deeper as to how we can support the work of the African Commission, because at the end of the day, we have a common destiny. As Gilbert says, the journey could take longer, but we could actually get there if we all work together. So it's very important. We do have this common destiny. And so on my part, I will definitely speak to my own colleagues at home to see how better we can support the African Commission. So probably in the next few years, you'll see a different South African Human Rights Commission interaction, as long as I'm the CEO there. So Gilbert, mark my words. But also, I think it's important also for colleagues in the African Commission. It's actually very interesting that, Gilbert, we as human rights institutions have also contributed to the African Commission, Madame King, Bandi Pichana. So we continuously also produce people who actually serve in the African Commission. So it's a contribution which must also be acknowledged and recognized. So I want to say, one thing which is very interesting is that we have a common framework between us, because all of us are creatures of the state. We are funded by the state to support human rights. And I think we need to recognize this relationship, that, if all of us are here to advance human rights, then how do we work? And we're also bonded by Article 26 and 45. So the work of the African Commission is also to encourage member states to support and establish human rights institutions in Africa. So in the same manner, we also have a mandate as national human rights institutions to pressurize our governments to support the African Commission. More funding, more support, more reporting. And therefore, I think this relationship will basically go quite far. I don't think we've really played that role to that extent. I mean, I need to speak for myself. I normally see my role as coming to Gambia, talking to a few friends, but actively supporting the African Commission beyond my reporting and participation has really been quite low, and something which we need to change. So I'm saying there's a need for a paradigm shift in our thinking on both sides, so that basically we do, go far in this journey. I mean, I was speaking to my colleagues recently because we have a strat plan to say, we as South Africans also have to contribute more towards the Pan-Africanism approach to human rights. We cannot live in isolation as South Africans, think, well, we advance, and we forget that we are part of Africa, and the struggle for human rights in Africa is also a struggle as South Africans. And we need to contribute far more than we're doing currently as government, as individuals, and also as Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much, Advocate Silisu. Ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, you will agree with me that we have had a very rich, thought-provoking, but frank, and I underline the word frank, discussion on this very important topic. We have seen the potential that we have working together, cooperating in promoting and protecting human rights on the continent. And we have seen the gaps that presently exist, which on all of our parts we need to address, on the part of the Commission itself, responding promptly to NHRIs when they do get in touch with us, making sure that we work closely together, on the part of NHRIs to prioritize engagement with the Commission and assisting the Commission in carrying out its responsibilities, and on state parties who have established these institutions to strengthen NHRIs, to make sure that they are independent, they are financially autonomous, and that they cooperate with regional human rights bodies. And for civil society organizations, because they are the, as we say, NHRIs are the gap, the bridge that between civil society organizations, the state, and even with the Commission, we all need to come together and work together and take the concrete steps needed to foster a good working relationship. I want to thank Commissioner Manuela for her intervention. I want to thank the chairperson of the National Human Rights Institution in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and particularly our state delegates from Malawi, who gave us a very, and I hope that will encourage other state parties to make sure they own their national human rights institutions and ensure that they cooperate with the African Commission. We value the cooperation of NHRIs. We cannot go alone in this journey. We have to be together. Thank you all, and we want to commit ourselves that we will continue to work together. We'll continue to support NHRIs, capacity building, and every other way. And we will continue to work together for the promotion and protection of human rights across the continent. Thank you all very much. And I hand over the floor to our chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner King and members of the panel for this very rich and also, as Commissioner King rightly pointed out, candid exchange on the role of national human rights institutions and also the state of relationship between national human rights institutions and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The relationship between national human rights institutions and the African Commission, as all of you know, has an explicit legal basis under the Africa Charter on Human and People's Rights. It is therefore not a relationship of convenience. It is a relationship that is founded on explicit provision of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. So the importance that we attach to this relationship can't indeed be underestimated. In the context of this COVID-19 pandemic, one of the most important collaboration that we have had at the African Commission had indeed been with national human rights institutions. My own experience of engaging with the various countries for which I am a rapporteur, from Kenya to South Africa, I have had the unique opportunity of engaging with and receiving useful inputs and insights from the national human rights institutions. And indeed, as we move to next year, during which the Commission may not have the opportunity to undertake promotion missions in person, physically on the ground, the kind of consultative platform that we experimented with in the course of this year would be the model that we will be using. which means that we will convene through this platform consultations with all stakeholders in lieu of the promotion mission of the Commission, which basically has indicated that the interaction with national human rights institution during this year shows that that is a possibility that we can make use of. From these experiences as well, I wish to indicate that in the various countries for which I am responsible, and others, colleagues as well, one of the things that we do is, apart from the various information that we receive from media, from civil society organizations, and various other contacts, we also verify and cross-check with the information provided by national human rights institutions as well, which is critical. And indeed, if you look at the impact of the work of the Commission, I think it depends on the extent to which the Commission maintains close working relationship, and through that close working relationship is able, through its country rapporteurs, to amplify and give credence and support to the work of national human rights institutions, and of course, vice versa. And therefore, there is indeed a huge benefit that we all gain from this close working relationship that we need to maintain. Also because it's only through this close working relationship that we can be able to fulfill the ideals of human and people's rights, namely freedom, justice, equality, dignity. Because human rights are our collective responsibilities. For the African Commission, for national human rights institutions, for states parties to the African Charter, and civil society organizations, and of course, human rights defenders and the media as well. So thank you very much for that very important platform. And I indeed wish to indicate to Gilbert that what we started this year in terms of the Forum of National Human Rights Institutions ahead of the 67th organization of the Commission is going to be institutionalized. And with your collaboration, we will join you in convening this forum for all organizations of the Commission moving forward. With that, colleagues, I wish once again to thank all of you for your engagement on this agenda item. We now once again shift gear and go back to agenda item 4 on the human rights situation in Africa. For this, we have first the representative of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Ambassador Atiyah, who would be delivering the statement of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Very good to see you, Ambassador Atiyah. You have the floor, and for 7 minutes, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good to see you too. Mr. Chairperson, honorable commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, I would like at the outset to commend the ACHPR for its determination to hold its sessions despite the ongoing restrictions as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The negative impact of the pandemic continues to impinge on the enjoyment of human rights and the limited resources available to African states to provide the necessary treatment to their populations should the pandemic spread beyond control. All states have a commitment under the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights to seek the progressive realization of the rights contained therein, based on their capacity as well as international cooperation and solidarity. These rights represent what all humans wish to enjoy in life and to bequeath to next generations. Civil and political rights, for the most part, are the means to secure the peaceful pursuit and realization of these rights, and serve to ensure the free expression of economic, social, and cultural needs and grievances, whether individually or in association with others. unfortunately, focus on the means more often than not, diverts attention away from the ultimate goals. However, the outbreak of COVID-19 once again proves that we all live in a global village and provides us with the opportunity to set the priorities right again. The pandemic represents a pop-up test to the resilience of international community in the face of emerging global threats. It reveals the lack of readiness to deal with crises of such scope and magnitude, a matter that further highlights the dire need for enhancing cooperation and solidarity, as well as rebuilding new innovative support systems and networks. The post-COVID-19 international system should retain economic, social, and cultural rights at the center stage. I wish to stress in this regard that efforts to immunize populations once a vaccine is released should not leave Africa behind. Protecting the lives of people in Africa and their wealth and their health is by no means less important than those of peoples elsewhere. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate once more the call officially made by Egypt in the 64th Ordinary Session based on Article 45 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, that ACHPR conducts a comprehensive study on the ways African states and peoples can benefit from scientific and technological advancements in line with Article 15 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, particularly now the right to the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, and to assess the challenges and make recommendations. Mr. Chairperson, allow me to quickly update the Commission on the progressive, precautionary, and preventive measures that the government of Egypt took in the wake of the COVID-19 global spread as a follow-up to what was previously explained in Egypt's statement last session. The Supreme Committee established for the coordination of national efforts to control the spread of the virus continues its work in close cooperation with WHO. In this regard, a number of hospitals are designated to quarantine positive cases in every single governorate, quadrupling the overall number of beds in intensive care units and providing them with ventilators, in addition to increasing the number of testing laboratories and boosting their capabilities. Statistical updates are announced daily by the government regarding the national spread of the virus, and media campaigns are underway to raise awareness of the preventive measures individuals have to take in their daily life. Training of doctors and medical workers helping in the fight against the virus continues, and they receive special financial benefits. All public service premises, train stations, and streets in all governorates are fully disinfected daily. A strategic stock of staple food supplies and legume is kept, enough for the period of 6 months. Detergents, disinfectants, and face masks are locally manufactured at a large scale and are made available in markets nationwide. International flights were suspended for 4 months before reopening the airspace, during which time special charter flights were operated to bring back Egyptians stranded abroad, who were then subjected to quarantine upon arrival. A curfew was imposed throughout the country for almost 4 months. The number of people working in the government and the banking and public business sectors were also reduced to limit crowding, and working from home was encouraged where possible, till the infection rate was drastically curbed. The government closely monitors the situation and is ready to reimpose these measures if necessary. All public gatherings within closed doors are suspended. Attendance at schools and universities was first suspended, and measures were applied to ensure continuing education online where possible. Now, rotational attendance is in place in undergraduate institutions alongside online education, so as to ensure the application of physical distancing measures. I would also like to reiterate that precautionary measures are being taken to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in prisons and detention facilities. Here are some examples. A special training is provided to police officers and prison wardens, including workshops carried out in collaboration with UNODC. A thorough disinfection of prisons and detention facilities is carried out several times daily. New inmates are separated upon admission and are closely monitored by trained physicians in order to ensure that they are not bringing in infection. Visits to prisoners were first suspended on an exceptional basis until 22nd of August 2020, then were allowed in quarters specially equipped with separating glass and ventilation. Regular random checkup is carried out on inmates. Suspended cases and their interlocutors are separated immediately. A total of 18,841 individuals were granted conditional pardons or commutation of sentences since COVID-19 was announced by WHO as a pandemic. Additionally, the General Prosecution and the Criminal Court are independently expanding their application of pre-trial detention alternatives, as was demonstrated by the provisional release of 441 individuals early this month. Mr. Chairperson, as you are well aware, the Supreme Standing Committee for Human Rights, ACHPR, was launched in early 2020 as an intra-governmental body tasked inter alia to devise a national human rights strategy to lead national efforts on human rights education and training, and to deal with regional and international human rights mechanisms, including ACHPR. I take the pleasure today in informing the Commission that SSCHR is in the final stages of preparing Egypt's first ever. I take the pleasure of informing the Commission that SSCHR is in the final stages of preparing Egypt's first ever human rights strategy and will release it shortly. Strategy is but an honest reflection of Egypt's solid determination to continue its efforts for the realization of all human rights for all its citizens, despite the challenges. Finally, in light of the deliberations that took place in the 64th Ordinary Session on Egypt's periodic report to the Commission, the government of Egypt is hoping to receive ACHPR recommendations as soon as possible in order to appropriately consider them before the next periodic report is due. I wish to highlight in this regard that Egypt submitted a combined periodic report in May 2018 and it was considered by the Commission in May 2019, where the discussion covered all human rights related aspects in Egypt until the date of discussion. The periodicity should at least be calculated from the date of discussion in order to minimize the state's parties' reporting burden, and I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Ati, for that statement of the Arab Republic of Egypt, highlighting and giving us update on the state of human rights as it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic and the issues emerging in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. We at the African Commission indeed welcome the various initiatives that have been highlighted, and the Commission in its various engagements underscored the central importance of economic, social, and cultural rights, that the non-fulfillment of these rights indeed leaves us vulnerable and weak in terms of being ready and respond effectively to the kinds of pandemic that we have experienced. We also take note of your proposal for the Commission to undertake a study in terms of benefiting from scientific and technological advancement. I wish to note that there was a side meeting that we held on technological advancement, and I'm sure within the framework of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the Commission will follow up on this as well, in order to see how we can take this proposal forward. We also take note of the various measures that have been adopted by Egypt in response to COVID-19 measures, particularly those measures reflect, and indeed we do hope that the guidance that the Commission gave under Resolution 449 has been beneficial in enhancing and also strengthening the response measures. We welcome, among other things, apart from the social distancing and movement restriction measures that have been taken, the effort for decongesting prisons, including the report on the 18,841 individuals who have been released, and the additional 441 individuals who have been provisionally released as an alternative to pre-trial detention. And as we said in Resolution 449, in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, pre-trial detention is better be a last resort measure with other options being used like this one. We also note the establishment of the Supreme Standing Committee for Human Rights and look forward to the contribution of the human rights strategy for enhancing the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in Egypt. We also take note of your point as far as the concluding observations of the Commission in respect of your periodic report is concerned, as well as the computation of outstanding reports, the timing of the computation of outstanding reports. Thank you very much once again for that statement. We also have Côte d'Ivoire that requested to take the floor. If we have the representative of Côte d'Ivoire with us. Okay, we have the representative of Côte d'Ivoire. Very warm welcome, Mr. Neva. Very good to see you, and you have the floor, please.
Okay, merci, Monsieur le Président.
7 minutes.
Monsieur le Président, lors de la présentation de son rapport sur la protection des défenseurs des droits de l'homme, le vice-président Ngoy a cité la Côte d'Ivoire en exemple et en disant que les droits de l'homme y reculent. Il a cité M. David Samba et Mme Pulchéry Balé. Alors, la Côte d'Ivoire voudrait faire des observations suivantes. Pour ce qui concerne M. David Samba, à la suite de faits délictuels qui n'ont rien à voir avec son statut de défenseur des droits de l'homme, il a été condamné à 3 ans. Il a purgé sa peine, il est sorti. Il a soutenu avoir été agressé à son bureau et il a fait une plainte. La plainte est aux mains des enquêteurs, la procédure suit son cours, il lui appartient de fournir des éléments aux 10 enquêteurs. Pour ce qui concerne Mme Valérie Pulchéry, il faut dire qu'à la suite d'une conférence de presse consécutive à l'annonce de la candidature du président Alassane Ouattara, elle a appelé la population à manifester et à occuper les rues, et ce, de façon indéfinie. En dépit de l'interdiction gouvernementale de manifestations sur la voie publique, pour des raisons évidentes de sécurité, elle a maintenu son appel. Lors des manifestations, diverses destructions de biens publics et privés ont eu lieu et des pertes humaines ont été enregistrées. Une enquête officielle a été ouverte et a abouti à son arrestation. Déférée au parquet d'instance d'Abidjan, une information judiciaire a été ouverte. Le juge d'instruction saisi l'a placé en détention et la procédure suit son cours. Alors, nous ne comprenons pas qu'on nous parle d'arrestation arbitraire ou de détention arbitraire. C'est le lieu de le souligner. En tout état de cause, Monsieur le Président et Monsieur le Vice-président rapporteur spécial, votre lettre d'urgence adressée à Monsieur le Président de la République, Monsieur le Président de la République a eu une réponse que nous sommes en train de rédiger et qui va vous parvenir incessamment. Monsieur le Vice-président, cette réponse-là vous parviendra incessamment, soyez-en rassurés. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much for that statement of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire and also the issues that you have raised. Of course, the Commission welcomes the indication from your statement that a response would be sent to the Vice Chairperson in respect of the urgent letter of appeal that has been addressed to the President of Cote d'Ivoire. Thank you very much for that statement once again. I understand that we have also now the Independent Human Rights Commission of Burundi. No? Okay. I think perhaps for one last time, let's check if we have any of the other. How about Cameroon? There was an indication that Cameroon would also joined us in the course of the afternoon session. Do we have the National Commission for Human Rights and Liberties of Cameroon? Mr. James Kobila? Okay. No. I wonder if we have from the NGOs, FIACAT. All right, let me check. Southern Africa Litigation Center. Southern Africa Litigation Center, no. West Africa Institute for Legal Aid. West Africa Institute for Legal Aid, no. Okay, I think that then brings us to the end of today's session. We have exhausted all the agenda items that we slated for today's session. If there, let me ask, there was a request at some point, if Ambassador Atia would like to take the floor. There was a request communicated to the Secretariat that Egypt would like to exercise a right of reply.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. Hello?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I take the floor in exercise of the right of reply. There was a statement made by Commissioner Remy Lambo when he was making the presentation of his report that the Egyptian authorities are using the NGOs law of 2019 to impose restrictions on the work of NGOs. He mentioned also that some people were banned from travel, and that a guy named Bahieddin Hassan was sentenced for imprisonment for criticizing the government of Egypt on Twitter. Let me explain, because it's very important that commissioners try as much as possible to seek correct information. You as commissioners have a huge responsibility conferred to you by member states, and you should live up to this responsibility. It's not enough to read the news tickers and act upon it. You have to really seek correct information. First of all, the law of 2019 on NGOs has been in place, but its bylaws has yet to come out. So actually, it's not being used at all at this moment, as Commissioner Lambo mentioned, whether to impose restrictions or to relieve restrictions. The fact is, this law was done in collaboration and consultation with 1,300 NGOs, local and international, in addition to a number of personalities and dignitaries and so on, and thinkers. And this in itself proves that Egypt wishes to create an amicable environment for the free working of civil society, contradicting what Commissioner Lambu mentioned. And I reiterate again, Law 2019 is not yet been executed or actually being enforced, simply because its bylaws are yet to come out. The issue of banning people from traveling is actually not something that the government imposes. It is imposed by a court, and as Commissioner Lambu would agree with me, the decisions of the judiciary should be respected no matter what. Regarding the claim that Bahiyuddin Hassan was actually sentenced to imprisonment for criticizing the government of Egypt, again, Commissioner Lambu is invited to seek correct information and verify the news stickers that he reads. The said person was actually sentenced for that because he insulted the judiciary, and the judiciary is the one decided to sentence him to 15 years imprisonment in absentia, simply because he didn't appear before the courts. This is the rule that is being applied by Egyptian courts, is that whenever somebody is not present in person or by an agent by a lawyer before the court, then he is given the highest penalty possible under the law. However, once he appears before the court or surrenders himself, then the whole trial will be repeated from the beginning automatically. So again, Mr. Lambu,
Ambassador, if you could conclude, please.
I am about to. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The last 2 points I wish to say, that the elections were held while coronavirus was widespread, and that this is a violation of the social distancing and a threat to the right to life. Again, Mr. Lambu should be careful and read and follow on the developments of the virus. When the elections took place, the infection rate was at its lowest in Egypt. There were only 10 cases a day that we were reported in a country with a population of 104 million people. So, and of course, the social distancing procedures were observed during the elections fully. He is very much welcome to inquire about these measures that were taken, and we will be very happy to oblige and respond to him, explaining what measures were. The last point, Mr. Chairperson, and I wish you indulgence with me, and thank you for that. The claims made by several NGOs that a number of members of the Egyptian Initiative for Personal Rights were detained because and after their meeting with ambassadors of the EU. This is absolutely the correlation between the two incidents is irrelevant. The detention of these persons is actually due to to investigations on them carried out several months before, and it was just about the time when the order by the general prosecution took place that the police implemented this judicial order by the general prosecution to arrest them. No arrest was made simply because of their meeting with the ambassadors of the EU. In fact,
okay, Ambassador Ati, I think we got your response. So if you don't mind, I have given you more time than.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. If we wanted to arrest these people because they met the European ambassadors, we would have done that the next day, not 14 days after. This is just to explain. Thank you very much.
Okay. May I give the floor to Vice Chairperson Vice Chairperson, you have the floor, please. Etwell, did we lose the Vice Chairperson? Okay. That's okay. We seem to have lost the Vice Chairperson totally. Okay. In that case, let me say the following, and then it would be the end of the last day of the public session of the Commission. In terms of the work of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Commission over the years has been striving to ensure that the requests that it makes, the pronouncements that it also makes. Okay, the Vice Chairperson is here. Let me give the floor to the Vice Chairperson, and then I'll come back for the conclusion. Vice Chair, you have the floor, please.
Monsieur le Président, je ne vais pas répondre directement aux distingués représentants des États, si ce n'est d'indiquer simplement que, aussi bien de la Côte d'Ivoire que de l'Égypte, si ce n'est d'indiquer simplement que nous devons tous garder à l'esprit une hypothèse fondamentale sur laquelle je travaille toujours et sur laquelle la Commission travaille toujours. Les droits de l'homme évoluent au sein des organisations internationales, ici au sein de l'Union africaine, dans le but de protéger les individus contre la toute-puissance des États. C'est ça le bien fondé des droits de l'homme. Ils évoluent au sein des organisations internationales dans l'unique objectif de protéger les individus contre la toute-puissance des États. Alors, je voudrais remercier le représentant de la Côte d'Ivoire pour les remarques qui ont été faites à propos du cas de David Samba et du cas de Madame Pulchéry. Nous prenons bonne note de leur réaction et comme vous l'avez si bien dit, Monsieur le Président, je n'engagerai pas de polémique. Nous attendons la lettre qui viendra de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président, pour les autres cas d'appel urgent qui leur ont été transmis. Pour Monsieur Ati Wael, je pense avoir bien prononcé son nom, il est tout à fait dans son rôle d'exercer le droit de réponse par rapport aux allégations que nous avions fournies. Mais nous travaillons régulièrement, bien évidemment, avec différentes sources. Nous sommes assez grands, nous sommes assez responsables que pour que, lorsque nous portons une information sur la place publique, nous ne disons pas qu'elle est 100% correcte peut-être, mais 99,99%, nous avons contre-vérifié l'information parce que notre commission est une institution qui a 30 ans. Je prends bonne note des remarques qui ont été formulées, mais ceci ne nous empêchera pas, comme défenseurs des droits de l'homme, de continuer à marteler sur des cas sur lesquels notre intime conviction est que l'État a failli à sa mission. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, pour ce petit moment de réponse que vous m'avez accordé pour répondre aux distingués chefs de délégation qui ont pris la parole. Je les remercie en tout cas pour leurs remarques. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for your response. I wish also to join you in thanking the distinguished delegates of Côte d'Ivoire and Egypt and indeed wish to indicate that the Commission appreciates the engagement of all state delegates in our deliberation, including by reading and responding to the activity reports of the Commission, the pronouncements that we make as the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. That is indeed the basis for enhancing understanding and also creating the conditions for the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which is actually the very reason why we at the African Commission exist, the promotion and protection of the rights guaranteed in the African Charter. And in the course of pursuing this mandate, we indicate to states parties to the African Charter the issues of concern on the basis of information that reached the Commission. And the purpose of doing that is basically to bring to the attention of states, as it is a responsibility on our part, on those issues of concern that require attention. And in that respect, of course, I think the issue that we highlight in making reference to specific cases is basically to underscore the fact that when people are arrested or detained, it is important that that is done within the framework of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, that it is not done because of the work that they do as human rights activists, and that the due process of the law is complied with, the personal and bodily integrity of theirs is also duly protected. It is really for purpose of highlighting and in doing so, basically enabling member states to ensure that they conduct their activities in accordance with the standards of the African Charter. I think I thought this is a very important point to bring across from the perspective of the African Commission. But this exchange and deliberation and also raising questions is something that we at the African Commission appreciate. That is indeed the basis on which we should continue. So thank you very much for all of you, for all the statements that we have received on the state of human rights on the African continent, for the various panels that we have had, as well as, of course, the state periodic review that have been conducted in respect of the Republic of Cameroon during the course of this session, the example of which in respect of the Kampala Convention, we hope all other states will follow, as well as in respect of the Maputo Protocol as well. Indeed, the consideration of the activity reports of members of the Commission as well. For all of that, it is time for me to express my deep appreciation and gratitude to all members of the Commission, whose collaboration and whose dedication made it possible for us to convene this 67th ordinary session of the Commission. I can't thank enough staff of the Secretariat who have carried the burden of enabling us to come together, carry out this noble responsibility of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights under difficult circumstances. And really, they are the heroes and heroines of the work that we do. And therefore, I appreciate the work that they do and the support that we have received for this session. I also wish to thank our interpreters who have made it possible for us to communicate, to deliberate on and exchange on the state of human rights in Africa, with a view for all of us to have a common basis for understanding and indeed for pursuing the code of human rights on our continent. To you, delegates of states parties, national human rights institutions, and civil society organizations, without your participation, we couldn't, at the African Commission, carry out and implement our responsibility fully and meaningfully. So we thank you so much once again, and we look forward and indeed count on your continued collaboration, your continued understanding and support for the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. We, on our part, do everything that we can within our capacity and within the constrained context in which we operate to deliver on the mandate of the Commission under the African Charter with impartiality, independence, and professionalism. That is what we commit to, and that's what we are striving to deliver on. Having said this, I would like to wish you a very good afternoon and a very good evening. Well, with your assistance, I wish to indicate that members of the Commission would we would like to convene at the end of this, immediately at the end of this, please. So, colleagues, members of the Commission, if you receive the communication from ACHPR, and then we join back, we reconnect back again shortly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Members of the Commission, we have to disconnect from this one and then